I just like to say thanks for joining my Twitch channel and seeing what I'm up to. I'm going to try today to bring in some more of these characters from Quang Fan. As you can see, over the last couple of days, I've been effectively just bringing them all into the same project from separate Unity projects. And we now have 6 or 7, I suppose. There's a couple there that are not Quang Fan models. These two I've done a lot of work on over the past. There's 4 there and another 2 here, so 6, and I've got about another 4 to go. So it's coming along. These are sort of the primary characters in the game, player characters that the player can choose classes, and male or female, which would then obviously use the base character here. And as you go and collect equipment throughout the game, obviously you can start equipping that, and the character will then start to look more and more like these. But I will be adding my own armor sets on top of these as well. I've got thousands of armor pieces to collect throughout the game, and so a lot of those will be effectively scattered throughout the game to be found from bosses and so forth. And one of the challenges with this obviously is, if you pick up a particular item like a shoulder piece that's designed for one character, if you equip it on another character that has a different mesh, how does that work? So obviously some sort of blend shapes going on to obviously modify that that character's armor fit to make sure that it actually does work with that model. So with these at the moment, they've all got their own armor sets that come with them. One of the things I've been streaming over the last couple of days is to go through my process of tidying up these models to actually give them a very similar structure. So they'll effectively have this armature parent. They've got the base mesh, which is effectively the character as they start out in the origins of the game, and then obviously the armor sets get added on as they find armor and then equip it, which can be one of 2 ways. One is to add on, effectively, put it over the existing materials, and the other is to actually swap something out. So, for example, when you do boots, then you obviously don't need to render the feet because they're not visible, so there's no point in having them there. So my structure here, I've been progressively going through these characters to set them up in the same way. I've actually just realised that one of my characters here isn't quite right, so there's some work to do there. And I think this one's got a fair bit of work too. So I may come back to that. Let's just tidy up work, that's fine. So I'm ready to sort of bring in these other 4 characters that I'm keen to get into the project. And I guess bringing them all into the same project, you start to be able to solve a problem on one character that you can then apply to the others as well, which is nice to have them all in a standard sort of setup in here. 2 of these are prefabbed at the moment, the others are not. And the reason for that is this one here has actually been wired up already with Blink's RPG Builder, which is a brilliant package. The other one actually has been wired up with Salsa for Lipsync to do audio dialogue lines, and will animate the mouth moving as it plays those lines in real time. So it's obviously processing the audio in real time and then doing some very basic animation of the mouth to give the same effect as if you did a phoneme mapping to the mouth shapes. So it's a product called Salsa. I've been experimenting with that and with different audio sources. So yeah, it's kind of integrating these packages into each of these characters, and then putting them into the RPG Builder environment, in which these items can then be spawned on the character and rendered in the correct way. So that's my goal over the next few weeks, is to get all these characters in and get them all wired up with, at the very least, RPG Builder components and possibly Salsa as well. And it's sorting out things like the mouth, the jaw animation, and whether or not the teeth look okay when they're doing their voiceover playbacks. So that's where I'm at. I'm about to bring in. I'm about to bring in the next character here. So let's do that. And I think we've got Ravens S1, S2. Necromancer is, these two have to come in, and these two have to come in, and this guy has to come in. So there's 5 actually to bring across. I might actually do this guy next. So I'm going to grab him, grab that, bring that in, import that. I should have started that a minute ago. Okay, so one of the things that I'm doing as I'm building up this project is to catalog what I'm doing with the assets in various projects. So I've got various prototypes and proof of concepts going for various things, and I think it's important to know what you've integrated into which projects. If you've done a lot of work to sort of fix up shaders and things like that, it's important to know which project you did that in. So of course spreadsheets come into play, and these are the characters that I've been working with, and as you can see, there's a fair bit of work here to collect quite a few characters and figure out which ones may or may not have mouth rigged for Salsa. If you don't have a jaw and a mouth mesh, then you can't really animate any lip sync. So it's figuring out which characters actually have that, and documenting it so that I can come back to it later and go, okay, I need that character, that character, that character. So all of these Quang Fan characters have the mouth rigged in the same way, and the skeleton rig is the same, which is great, which means I can apply the same sort of methodology to each of them as I bring them in. The models look fantastic, and they come out of the box in high definition render pipeline, and one of the things I do is convert those shaders back to universal render pipeline for my project. Now Zarktor's Realm is it's a third-person RPG adventure, but it also allows you to zoom in to first-person mode, in which case obviously the character is then hidden, but also in that first-person mode you're able to then enact the VR mode to be able to move around and use, you know, a VR headset, so, and controls. So in that mode, I'm finding that the universal render pipeline is a bit more practical to use for the whole project rather than a high definition render pipeline with some issues. So URP is my chosen tool for doing the rendering. It does mean though that a lot of assets that I acquire will need to be upgraded with their shaders to the universal render pipeline. Some of them work better than others, but I am doing my own work on them as well. So a lot of the materials get replaced in the process. I am tailoring with Photoshop a few things here and there, and certainly with the clothing and the armor sets, they will be going onto the models and look quite different how they look now, but I think the general sort of gist of how these might look, I think should work quite well. So we've just brought in the Berserker, and we've now got 2 bugs or 2 errors here, and that's because when these characters come in, they have a script folder in them which includes a DLL file that's actually already in the project, so it's got a problem with that. So what I'm going to do is just delete that folder because I've already got it, and that should fix that issue. and it will recompile. And then we'll bring the character up into the view and see what needs to be done with it. So effectively, where I've just copied these from, these folders here have just come out of a single Unity project for each character. So it's literally just an HDRP project standalone that I've then converted to URP, made sure that it all has everything that I need in it, and then it's basically ready for me to bring in here and integrate with all the other characters. So you've got to bring them together at some point. Okay, that's done. The arrows have gone. I've got lots of warnings here, but I'm not overly worried about a lot of these. A lot of them are GUID warnings. Not overly worried. They go away. That's fine. All right, so let's take a look at this guy, Berserker. I can't remember what he looks like. Prefabs, characters. I'll bring the play one in. Here he is. Okay, so he looks like he's got the right materials and everything on him. Yeah, you can see some scripts that are missing. That's fine because I've just deleted the scripts folder, but I'm not going to be using those scripts anyway, so that's fine. So now I'm going to put him in line with the others, and all right, copy that component there. And I'll give you the same. Paste the component values. I'm going to move you over to 12. That'll do. So he's actually come in. There's not a lot needs fixing with him actually. I think maybe the beard. Yeah, the beard definitely. Eyebrows are stuffed up. And the models actually have the textures have these scars all over them, which looks fine, but I don't think Quangfan has got textures in here without the scars. So if you wanted to start off with a character in the beginning of the game without the scars and they accumulate scars, you'd need to obviously have a separate set of textures. So I'm just going to have a quick look in here. There should be some skin textures. BC. Okay, so that's the one that's the texture with the scars on his face. And a normal map as well that goes with it, so the scar actually pops out of in 3D, I guess. And the same sort of thing for the body, so he's probably got scars on him as well. So one of the things I've been doing is to duplicate these and then go into Photoshop and just repair these so that I've got a clean set of skin textures to put over the character, but I can then switch out that texture at any point for the scars. And obviously you could create intermediate ones where you've got this scar but not this one, you know. Whatever. All right, so there's not a lot to immediately fix with him. I think he's okay. One of the other things I'm doing is to replace the eyes. So these are the eyes that come with him, which actually aren't too bad. They're quite reasonable. He's actually picking up. That's strange. He's actually picking up the female knight's eyes, which is why they actually look so good, because they're actually coming from my Eye Advanced pack. It's actually not the eyes that come out of the package with them. So let's put them back to standard. I'll show you the difference. Materials, characters, eyes, and we need to pin him like so. All right. And then his eyes normally look like that, which aren't too bad, but they're not anywhere near as customizable. I mean, the shader that Quangfan has a fair bit of customization in here, but the package I'm using actually does a whole lot more. Eye Advanced, which is from, let's just have a look here so I can reference these. Eye Advanced is from Taniku Digital on the asset store. Definitely worth looking at. All right. So I'll start work on him in a sec. All right, so let's start with the scripts. Get rid of those scripts. Don't need those. And we're going to be applying a whole lot of standard scripts to each of these characters. So once I've got them all in and up to the same level and they're all nice and tidy, I'll effectively bring them all to the same point of having the RPG Builder scripts attached to them and Salsa. If you've watched my channel over the last couple of days, you will have seen me working on this issue with the scalp cap thing going on. So let's just hide his hair. Whoop, hide his hair for a sec. So the scalp cap thing. And a lot of these, and the eyebrows, a lot of this is happening because it's picking up the wrong materials or it's picking up the wrong textures. As these characters come into the same project, it's obviously finding GUID references and picking them up and when it shouldn't be. So my process is to basically get them all fixed up so they're all sitting in the same project, nice and tidy. So what I may do actually is to first of all convert him to not be a prefab and bring him down the bottom. Rename him Berserker. Well, Berserker character. Okay, so some of the rest of this is we're just reorganizing the containers here to be effectively in this structure. So the armature parent contains the armature, which then contains the root, which is effectively the rigging for the character, which is actually down here on this guy. Can be missed very easily, so I'm going to move that up the top. Create a parent for that called armature. Then create a parent for that called Armature parent. And the reason for that is so that RPG Builder can be told that this is the armature structure and this is what it needs to know about to work properly. And then we're going to do the meshes. So I think I'm going to put the body base in there. Meshes. And then the armor sets are going to go into a folder called armor, and it's kind of reorganizing this stuff to go into the correct folders. Head base, mesh, weapons. Now weapons I'm actually putting into armor because it's effectively equipable parts. So there's some armor there. I think there were some other folders here as well that might have been turned off. Yeah, okay. There's quite a few bits and bobs in here. Okay. All right. So with all those meshes turned on, you can see this sort of thing happening, where it's rendering the hand, but it's also rendering the glove, and the hand is popping through the glove. So one of the things RPG Builder solves is if you tell it this is the hand meshes, and whenever you equip gloves to turn this off, then you're going to get that basically, which means it's not popping through. So this, one of the reasons is to reorganize these items into this particular structure so that on each of the models I can tell it which meshes to turn on and off, which is pretty neat, and it does it pretty easily through drag and drop configuration. So all right, so the next thing I want to do is I just want to check out the armature, make sure there's nothing's funny in here. Okay, so he's got some chains, so that it looks like the fact that the chains here are, I don't know if they're an equipable, it's like a belt thing, but they're actually part of the armature, which suggests to me that they will be animated through. Yeah, it looks like it's like a hair sort of animation. It looks like they're going to move with the character. So spine, 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 neck, head, and face, root, and mouth. Okay, so that's the one I actually want to look at. Let's try that guy. There you go there. Okay. So one of the things I do look at pretty quickly is to figure out if they've got the mouth rigged, because if they haven't got the mouth rigged, then they're not going to have a speaking part in the game, or at least not until I do some work with it. It doesn't look like his teeth look very good. The mouth animation is shocking, but it's rigged at least, and all of these riggings here allow me to configure Salsa to actually do the lip sync in a reasonably realistic way, certainly from sort of this distance away, which is what we're going to have when the character is speaking with NPCs in the game. And we've got the eye, lip. I think that should be eyelid. Eyelid down, eyelid up, upper eyelid, down, lower eyelid. Probably going to rename them. And okay, so we've got the arms, upper arm twist, lower arm hand, and then each of the fingers are actually rigged as well. And the important one is the IKs for the hand root in particular, because that is where your weapon's going to get equipped and spawned. So the placement of those is going to need to be tweaked a little bit. So I've got the Malbers horse riding package as well, so when they mount a horse, obviously they're going to be holding the reins, and you need to tell Malbers that these are the hand positions that are going to hold the reins, and there's a bit of tweaking to do with those too. Okay, so that's the Armature. So now I'm aware that the fact that the chains are actually, the rendering of the chains is actually part of the Armature parent. So if I turn off the Armature parent, you see the chains disappear. So that's important because the RPG builder actually will be turning on and off different parts of this hierarchy, and you can get some undesirable things happening if you're not aware of where the meshes actually reside in that structure. And you don't want to just drag them and move them out, because you wind up with all sorts of things happening. Anyway, so meshes, let's have a look. He's got a beard, you can turn the beard off. Okay, different parts of hair, looks like he's got some hair at the back. Okay. Okay. I think in this case this is one of the models where you don't have a helmet. That's not to say I can't give him a helmet, in which case you'd probably turn off that, and maybe even that. I don't know, we'll see. That's a bit weird. Okay, turn that back on. Alright. Okay, so he's got a hair knot. Okay, so that would disappear with the hair. Alright, and the eyebrows, they look quite wrong. They're probably getting it from the wrong model, so I'd fix that. Boots. Okay. Chest fur. Okay, that fur doesn't look right. There's something wrong with the fur as well. That's not rendering correctly. Okay, chest armor. Okay, so the fur's not a full set of fur, it's just an outline. Elvis fur. Okay, armor 2, so it's got 2 different armor sets there. So the fact that they're both turned on at the moment is probably a bit unusual. Actually looks like he's got 2 sets of gloves, so that's good, 2 different armor sets. And 1 weapon, which is fine. I've actually got hundreds of weapons to go in the game, and so this just adds to the mix. It's quite a cool animation on that though. Neat. You can kind of see the red texture flowing through there, and if you follow it with your eye, you can actually sort of make out that it's squirrely patterns, which suggests to me that you can edit that texture in Photoshop and create your own texture that would flow behind that, and it might look very different and very cool. Yeah, I like that. And I'm certainly looking at using glowing items in the game to highlight powerful items and items that would be cursed or so forth. So yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, and then whatever that is, skirt thing. That looks like it's double-sided render, so that's good. So I don't need to fix that. There's his feet inside the boots. Okay, the feet look pretty manky. Okay, so I think the next one I'll do is to go through and just rename some of these, tidy them up a bit, and actually then fix up the beard and the eyes and the hair. Actually, I might do that first, because that's bothering me. Okay, so let's start with that beard. What's going on with the beard? Right, well, the beard is screwed up because it's actually picking up the female knight's body hair, which I think is just hair. Yeah, it's picking up material from a completely different character, which is why it doesn't look right. So I'm going to pin that so it doesn't move, and then I'm going to go to the new guy, materials, hair 0 hairs, so it's probably that one. My hairs, there we go. That's better. It's a big improvement already. So it's probably the same thing with this hair, maybe. And my hairs. No, that's right. That's right. So taking them one by one. And it looks different, probably because the shader is different as well. So let's see if I can toggle that. And it's got a duplicate shader. So when you see this sort of thing, it is because as I've brought in the character, it's brought in its own set of shaders with it, which I don't need. I've already got those shaders in the package, so I can get rid of these shaders. And this might break something if anything's referenced, but I'll remap it anyway. There you go. So you can tell which items we're actually using. It's because it's now defaulted to the failed one. So that actually is the hair shader. Hair shader. Eyebrows. That's the hair shader URP. Actually, it's interesting. Fur shader. Hair shader URP. Hair shader URP. Might actually force this to recompile because I don't think it's too happy about those shaders being switched. The pink one there, that's weird. Switch it to something else. Yeah, okay, so this really doesn't want to do something with his eyebrows. What's going on? MI hairs, yep. Let's switch that to a completely different shader. So it doesn't like that at all. I've broken it already. Okay, well at least the beard's starting to look better. Somewhat better, I think. I'll be tweaking that in a minute. What are you doing? Why is that not working? Pink shaders is normally an indication that the shader that it's attached to is for the wrong render pipeline. But in this case it is actually using the correct render pipeline. The fur is doing the same thing because it's coming from the same material. It's got the right shade, yeah, it's got the right group of shaders on it. Okay, well that's annoying. I'm going to have to undo all that and go back to what was happening before I deleted those shaders. is going to restore those shaders. That's fine. I'll work through it. All right, so FK body hair. MI hairs. MI hairs. All right, with that situation. I wonder if I change that one. Hair shader fixes the beard, but not the eyes. Very weird. Okay, I'm turning that off for the minute. Just pink just bothers me. Okay, what's going on there? Okay, turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. What is that? Okay, so that looks like that's using the hairs thing as well, so maybe that's supposed to be like a fur. In which case that should be fur. And then use the hair shader. That's marginally better. Okay, let's turn that back on. Okay, let's fix that. So does that mean his eyebrows were actually fur? Nope. Okay, his eyebrows are something else. Okay, well those eyebrows actually shouldn't be... They shouldn't be fur, they should be eyebrows. Oh god, what's happened there? Okay, yep. Hair shader, there we go. That's better. Marginal improvement. Okay. Alright. So it's pretty thick, and I think it's just fiddling with the shader now. So I'm going to try the second one, version 2. Which allows a lot of fine tuning with this stuff. So find this setting is, and then zoom up this bit here. All right, that's better. And the general hair looks okay, apart from the fact that you can see the scalp through the hair, which is because there's a cap thing underneath this. That cap isn't working properly. And it's this hair 0, so I'm going to call that hair cap. And that's actually picking up. Turn that off. That's actually picking up FS2 body hair, which is, again, completely wrong character. So, materials should be hair 0. This one. Okay, so that's actually the right, at least it's rendering the whole head now. And hair shader 2, and it looks a bit funky. It's got this kind of plaited, I don't know. Certainly needs some work, to say the least. And I suspect the textures, yeah, okay, so the textures are not on there. So even though it's got the right material now and the right shader, it's lost the textures, and the only texture that is there is body hair alpha for a completely different character, which is why it's screwy. So I'm going to remove that one, and I'm going to go and grab the correct textures. Avatar hair. Okay, so it should be these hairs. Hair alpha. That's better. And hair 0, that's the base color. Okay, so that's better. And you generally wouldn't see this, but if I turn on the rest of his hair, you can now see that it kind of just stops you from seeing his scalp through his hair, which I think is, you know, it's good. You need that. If I turn off the hair cap, you can see the difference it makes. So that's what the hair cap's for. All right, so that's that fixed up somewhat. Okay, I'm going to now. Looks like he's got eyelashes there that are sort of hidden, not really visible at all. It's looking like he's got the right eyelashes. Looks like he's got the right material on them. They are not visible very much. Okay, time to change the music, I think. enough of the jazz. All right. Okay, so what have we got? Well, it's got no cube map there, so that's probably part of it. And it's looking at the wrong materials again. So it's the right, sorry, it's the right material, wrong textures. So that should be hairs, eyelashes, T eyelashes, T eyelashes, texture of the eyelashes. Okay, so cube map. Should be a cube map in it somewhere. Textures. Where are you? Dawn cube map. I think that's possibly it. Distortion. Nothing visible so far. Oh, there we go. Okay, so something's happening. That normal map doesn't look right. Eyes tier, and that shouldn't be eyes tier. That's the shader. I think that should be hair shader. Okay, and eyelashes, base color. Get rid of that. Okay, something's starting to happen now. Gradient, okay. So that's to do with the eyes, the hair, eyelashes, base color, texture noise. Maybe it's the alpha. Doesn't want to do that, does it? Is it that one? That doesn't look right because the eyes are, the hair's going the wrong way. Very odd. Very odd. I wonder if it goes to that first shader. Oh, there we go. There we go, that's better. Mid bias. Okay. Alright. Metallic boost. We don't need much of that. It's not making a huge amount of difference, but it does make some difference. You see the difference if I take it off. It just looks a bit odd. Alright, so now this thing here is eyes tier. Again, it's using the wrong material. So I'm going to go to my materials here. Eyes tier, MIRs. So it's the materials for this character. Yep, that one. That looks alright. That's using the correct shader and the normal map. This one's going to be the wrong normal map. Normal map's probably identical, but I'm just getting it right. Shader. Dawn cube map. Let's put that one in. And this was the eye flakes. I don't know, flakes. Flakes normal. Okay, so at least it's mapped to the right character now. Okay. Alright, I think I'm ready to switch out his eyes. Alright, so that's the built-in eyes that come with the Quang Fan models. And they have, you know, quite a few textures associated with them. They're not all attached at the moment, but you'd have to basically edit the you'd have to edit this if you wanted different color eyes, or you could possibly, I don't know if the shader actually has, yeah, okay, so you can add some iris colors to the shaders, which is pretty cool. I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Oh, there you go. Yeah, okay. Iris color boost. Anyway, so I'm going to use a completely different shader because I have this product called Eye Advanced, and this is going to allow me to do certainly what I want to do, which is to add in these here. Right. So the sclera, we've got the iris, and let's fix the size of that. So iris size, I think we had 4 as a standard. 0.5. Alright, so that's a very basic setup. Now just add all the rest of these to add the realism. Alright, so we've got the iris shade texture, sclera shade, and we've got the iris normal map. We've got the mask normal map, and cornea. I always get these two mixed up. Pupil, sclera, iris pupil. The pupil, cornea, sclera, normal. I think that's it. So when you look up close, this particular shade has got this pupil dilation thing, which is quite neat, and it can actually animate the change in the pupil dilation based on the lighting conditions of the environment, which I think is really cool. If you're doing a cutscene or something and the character walks through a doorway from inside a building to outside, then the eyes are going to do that, which I think is a cool little tweak. I didn't get it because of that. I just think that it's a really nice pack. So the next thing, just to make them look a little bit more realistic, is to bring the sclera in. Obviously the side of the eyes is not pure white like that a lot of the time. So it's this one here. And you want to make them completely bloodshot, or you want to just have it a little bit more realistic like that. Maybe a bit more. Okay, it's looking good. And it's got this parallax effect, which I think is really quite neat here. Obviously the lens of the eye is then refracting out a different layer of the iris, which is a very cool effect. I don't think you'd actually be this close up to be able to see it, but I think from, you know, reasonable distance it does become somewhat noticeable. Just a level of detail, I guess, that I'm trying to go for, is to, you know, make it as nice as possible. Alright, so the eyes are good. I'm going to just chuck in some other colours here and see which colour looks good for him. I think I've been doing too much blue, so I'm going to give him brown eyes, I think. Alright, mouth. Alright, let's have a look at that. Looks bad with the beard. Alright, so the mouth actually looks... What's going on there? Ah, it's because I've got that locked. There we go. Okay, so it's actually picking up the female knight's body teeth. So it's completely the wrong materials. Again, in my teeth. Oh. In my teeth. Whoa, that's shiny. It's been to the dentist. Alright, and the textures on that should be down here. Ambient occlusion. AO, where are you? Let's see. I think that's that one. Base colour. I don't think it's a skin shader, is it? Maybe it is. Skin normal, skin colour. Okay. Okay, that is the mask. That's the normal. And that's the roughness, I think. Alright, cool. So let's take a look at that when we animate the mouth. And just see if the teeth look... Ooh. At least they look somewhat... They look like they suit him. Anyway, so... Alright, let's put the face back on because it's a bit nasty not having the face there. Okay, cool. And from the outside now, if we look at that. Mouth. Okay. So there's definitely some work to be done on the blend shapes. for the mouth. So it's not just, you know, the jawbone animation is not just rotation of the jaw. There's more to it than that. I will be right back, folks. Okay, I'm back, and I think this is probably a good time to save before I do any more major work on it. Okay, I might do that thing where I remove the scars. I think that would be useful to get rid of that. And so the hair looks reasonable. The armor looks too matte. The armor should be a lot shinier than that, I think. The fur is definitely something wrong with that. Let's take a look at the fur. So it's a hair shader. MI fur, that is the right material. That's the right shader. And it's got noise, hair alpha. Okay, the hair alpha is coming from the wrong model. So that's a big part of it. Hair alpha should be coming from this one. It made a lot of difference. Let's try hair shader too. That's better. So it's just designed to be sticking out a bit. And then he's got something, got the same sort of thing going on here. So that's all that little loop is doing. Alright, so that's cool. And let's see if we can get this armor looking a bit shinier. Actually, that leather looks bloody shiny. That leather looks a little bit dull as well. So we certainly want to attach the fur and the armor together. So I'm going to put that in the same parent. And we want to give that a name. I reckon that's a shoulder piece. So it's a shoulder spiked armor. So the whole thing gets taken. And it actually has the arm pads and this elbow pad piece, which I think is called a quarter. Spiked armor. Oop. Spiked quarter. That's all part of the same mesh, so one of the things I may well do at some point is cut that in Blender to make that into a separate mesh in this one, so it can be equipped separately. Just because I don't want them necessarily all part of the one armor set. I want to be able to accumulate these pieces separately. Alright, so that's now okay. It's just very bland. Let's have a look and see if we can. So I like the fact it's got like a Celtic pattern on it. That's very neat. Some would say Viking maybe, but I think it's Celtic. Let's see if we can play with that a little bit. So it's this piece here. So there's the base color, chest armor. Okay. It's got the normal map. The normals look okay. It's got masks on it for the different pieces. Just a Unity normal. And it's got dirt, so you can make it dirty, which actually looks very dark, which tells me perhaps that the shader is not the ideal shader. It's not using any of those. Which one is it using? Clothing shader V2. Okay. Clothing shader V2. Yep, okay. And clothing shader. That's better. So it's designed to work with the first version of these Dawn shaders that have come from Quang Fan. He's got a few different versions of them, and that does actually look a lot better. The dirt looks very dark, so of course you can take off so that they look brand new and then a little bit weathered. So it's very neat. Maybe as the game progresses you kind of get them dirtier and dirtier. I suppose you could actually change that material for blood or something, and then they get covered in the blood of the enemies. Certainly looks a big improvement over what it was, having the right shaders attached. So I suspect that we're going to find the same sort of thing with these other pieces. Right, I should probably create these structures underneath that I need. So the armature's good. The meshes, I need these meshes to be organised correctly. So I'm going to close up armour and head base, neck, body base, helmet, neck, hands, feet. Okay, so I'm going to need to create, or at least move some of these pieces out. Body base. Okay. Feet, hands, left and right, put them into the parent. And I suspect that one will just become upper body, skin. This will be lower body. Lower body, skin, underwear. Alright. Okay, so that looks good. And then the hair would be probably up here. Head at the top. Eyebrows, eyelashes, eyes, eye, ear, teeth. Cool. So the base meshes. So these are all fine. Let's look at the armor pieces now. So these are the slots that I'm creating on each character to make the have a same sort of naming convention throughout all of the characters, all of the models, so that when you equip a piece of armor into a particular slot, it's going to know that that is an add-on, or it's going to actually swap out something underneath. Like you put a pair of gloves on, you can hide the hands because you don't want the hands showing through the glove. So I'd call that a swap. And that's probably a good example there. So what should happen is when you equip the gloves, the hands there should actually hide. And it's Blink's RPG Builder that's going to do that once you tell it that that slot gets replaced with the glove slot. Alright, so I need to create these parent folders here in the same structure as this. So even if I'm not using them, I just sort of want to have an empty there. Okay, so we want to create empty head swap. Just going to create. I really need to create a shortcut key for this. Back add-ons. Not fussed that these are nested at the moment. Add-ons. It gives me a slot as well to put other equipment when I bring these other pieces in. Shoulder add-ons. And chest add-ons. These will not be nested. In a minute I'm going to drag them out. I'm just trying to create them quickly. Chest add-ons. And swaps. Weapons. Alright. I've already got weapons. Don't need that. Already got a weapons one. Okay, so bring them up there. Actually, just close them all up. Okay, so head swaps at the top. Feet swaps. Leg. Waist. Hand. Arm. Chest. Shoulder. Neck. Back. And then the armor goes down there. Alright, so now I can sort of reorganise this stuff into where they go, because it's a bit of a mess at the moment, to tell you the truth. It's hard to find things like the gloves are part of, well, there's two sets of gloves, but they're part of armor sets designed to be sort of toggled on and off as a group. But that's not necessarily the grouping that I want to use. So I'm going to move these up to be hand swaps, and move these up to be hand swaps. And then we've got the spiked thing here, which is a shoulder add-on, which can be turned off as a group. Boots is a feet swap, so that's fine, so that should leave him barefoot. And pants are going to be leg swaps, I suggest. What else have we got? Bottom body armor. Okay, well they're actually just bare legs, so that's going to be legs, bare skin. So that would be leg swaps, which may not actually get used because the base mesh has got legs anyway, but I suspect it goes with the other piece of armor. Okay, and then we've got fur too in this part here. Cloth. Okay, that looks very dark. It's probably got the wrong shader on it. Okay, and that's better. Yeah, it is like a cloth. So someone's curtains. And then it's got a shiny sort of chainmail piece in front. Okay, and it looks like the chain here, this stuff here is not shiny, so that should be two-sided. I suspect that's a two-sided shader. Maybe it doesn't need to be two-sided. Actually, I don't think that needs to be two-sided. I think a two-sided shader would perform not quite as well as a single-sided shader. Okay. And then the clothing here, I suspect, works better with that one now. That's better. So the colours are coming out a bit better now. The weapon looks a bit dull. That has lost the animation. Okay. So I'd leave that one as it is and just I'll come back to the weapon. So I think that's starting to look more like how Quang Fan had originally intended it to look. Let's change them. Okay, well that's interesting. I suspect that's, yeah, it's because you've got two sets of armour there. Okay, so these ones have all got the same shader, I suspect. Different elements. Okay, I need to put these into sets. Gloves 2. Gloves 1. Okay. Alright, well let's take this first one, which look pretty basic, like bandages and leather with rope. And the rope doesn't look... It doesn't. Yeah, I suppose it's got a bit of... the normals don't look quite right. Is that stitching or something? Maybe. Might be the normals on that. Leather Unity. T-glove armor Unity. Suspect that is right. I might play with the shader on that and see if it does any difference. Yeah, it's a darker one. clothing shader, two-sided. No. Alright. It's going to be this one, I think. Okay, so gloves. So they're going to be and gloves, leather, bandaged. Take that name, put that there, left, right. Cool. Turn off that set, turn on that set, and then we've got more gauntlet types, leather and plate by the look of it. And again, the materials on these need to be switched to the first shader. That's better. Much better. Okay, so you see the leather on the inside. Okay, so it's got leather and stitching on the inside. It's got the Celtic design on it and like a plate armor on the outside with the spikes. That's pretty cool. Alright, so they're going to be, I think they're demi gauntlets. What did I call them in the other one? Female Knight, I think she's got the same sort of things. Vambrace Gauntlets. Right, so that will be plate. Let's go hand. Demi-greave. Is that what it's called? I've forgotten what it's called. Vambrace Gauntlets. So I called them overkill because they were just so totally over the top, which is brilliant. Alright. Let's start with that one. It's not full plate. They are Vambrace Gauntlets with leather. That'll do. Just so that I've got something descriptive when I'm looking through lots and lots and lots of objects in the scene, I can pick them out. Okay. Alright. They're probably not plate, but there's certainly fixed pieces of plate on them. And then the fingers are plated on the outside and leather on the inside with the straps. So, okay, so that's good. Alright, so we turn them off, and then we need to turn the hands back on. Here we go. Alright, it's cool. Let's hide the weapon for a moment. And so it's the hands, the feet we've dealt with. Okay. So that thing looks like a, what would that be called? So I'm going to do a quick Google here. I like to have the name of the armor pieces actually reflect what they were called back in medieval times, which can be a bit tricky sometimes to figure out what they're called. So medieval armor skirt name. Folds. I think the folds are up here generally, and they're more sort of around the side when they're horse riding, like an apron. So this sort of thing. So I know there's like a loincloth type deal. Valkyrie Skirt. This thing here. There you go. It's a Reddit post here. It's just fancy research on how to draw armour better. I found a lot of art. The armour is a piece of cloth between the legs protecting the crotch area, but I can't find any actual suits of armour where this was real. Yada 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 yada. Rule of thumb telling us combat for combat makes a lot of sense. Keep in mind the process. Drawing around the armour connects. Pure fantasy stuff. Well, this might be. It is fantasy, but crotch cape and its cousin butt cape. I don't always get the name of this stuff, but sometimes we do. And of course, you've got to be careful when you're looking at the photographs of armor, because it might be LARP equipment that someone's done in modern day as a fantasy thing. It's not necessarily a real piece of armor, so you've kind of got to look into this. Chainmail skirts, well, that would be a thing. That's what that bit is, which would protect the groin from some weapons. Alright, chainmail skirt, I think that's what that's going to be for the moment. Chainmail skirt, good enough. Alright, so that's going to be, I would suggest a waist add-on. Yep, okay, so this is obviously a belt. It's like a very ornate, and it's got the Celtic patterns on it. That's quite good. That's obviously going to provide some armor for the waist, so it is waist armor, or pelvis armor, waist armored belt, waist add-on. Okay. And then we've got the waist chains thing, which is actually up here, so I'm not going to mess with that. I'm going to come back to that because I want to see whether that stuff animates with the character, which I suspect it will probably move with the character because it's tied in with the armature. And I might just turn off that armature parent. I'm just going to turn off the armature parent to see what I've got left. Alright, so it looks like he's got some bandages or something there. Okay, there's two sets of pelvis armors there that look almost identical, but obviously one has been attached to the armored belt and the other is not. And there's two sets of fur and they look almost identical. Not a lot of difference really, to the point where if I can't really noticeably see the difference, I guess you've got to test with the different configurations of this armor, equipped and unequipped, and different sort of pieces, whether you actually needed that armor set because it covered up some gap or hole in the armor somewhere. Maybe Quang Fan had sort of modified it. I guess it looks a little bit narrower there. Could be to do with belts over the top, maybe. Maybe it's to do with the chainmail skirt going underneath. That might be it. So I don't want to delete it until I'm sure that I don't need it. Doesn't seem to make a huge amount of difference. Making a lot of difference now. Question is which one to keep. Oh, okay, so that's actually, one's got fur and the other one doesn't, is that right? Pelvis fur. Oh, that one's got fur and that one's got fur. What did I see a minute ago then? They're almost identical, to tell you the truth. It's just been slightly modified. So the belt itself, armored belt, and that includes like a cloth wrap as well, which is this white bit, and it's also got this leather belt part underneath, and then this one if it's rendered over the top, doesn't do anything. So it would be an alternative to this one. So let's put waist, armored, skull, just so I know which one I'm talking about. And the chainmail skirt is its own thing, but you could unequip that, and you can have that belt by itself. You can have that belt by itself, but there's not a lot of difference between these two. So I really don't think I'm going to use that. I'm just going to call that unused. Disable it. And I'm going to plonk it in there. And it'll be permanently unused, I think. Okay, so I'm going to call this leather. Sorry, waist. Leather belts. Cloth wrap. Velvet's first, it's fine. Oop. And I suspect that fur won't be any good on its own. That's going to look terrible on its own. I'm going to merge them together. So create a parent with that same name. Okay. So we can have... Alright. I will be back shortly, guys. Okay, I'm back, and where was I? Right, so we've got this leather belt with a cloth wrap with some fur, or we've got a skull belt, armored skull belt with cloth wrap, or we've got a chainmail skirt which by itself doesn't look any good, so that might need to go with the other pieces. So we might create two sets, one with that, one without, to be enabled. But anyway, we've got those pieces now. We've got that unused, which is basically that duplicate, and it looks like, okay, that's the underwear there, so that would normally be deactivated once the pants are on. And it also looked like the lower body skin, okay, so the skin was popping through as well. Okay, the straps look like they're embedded in the material, so that's the pants. Then we've got the bare skin because he's only wearing the short things. legs, bare skin. Okay, so these two actually will become, is it leather? I don't know, it's leather. Don't think they're leather. Yeah, maybe they're leather. Okay, leather pants. Got to give him something that's equivalent to the other characters. Leather pants. Leather pants. Leg swaps. Feet swaps. Which would then be the boots, which then cover up the legs, which means that the lower legs aren't needed if the... So we can actually hide the legs bare skin when the boots are on. And if the boots aren't on, then but he's wearing the pants, then he needs, so this situation, then he needs the legs. Otherwise, it ain't gonna work. So this basically needs to be equipped as one. But if he's got boots, then you can take that bit off. Okay, that could be a bit fiddly to work out, but I think that should be okay when we configure that in RPG Builder. Okay, so I think that's all good. Battle axe is good. I don't like the position of it. Battle axe. Why is that moving? Don't know why that's not moving there. See, I still don't like the material on it. It's the mask is obviously working, and there's an effect going on here with the emission. So this is the emission mask underneath. But the actual material is looking very dull, which for some things might be fine, but for it's looking way too dull for my liking. So let's just find out where this material is. Okay, so there's a folder of battle axe stuff in it. It's got an emission color 2. Okay, so that's the brightness of the... Oh, that looks cool. That looks very cool. Very nice. Actually looks like a sharp weapon too. Okay. Alright, so I need to retain that stuff. We've got Ignition Panna Map. So the Panna Map is the one that's actually doing that animation underneath. And we can tile that differently there. And create different effects. So that's quite neat. So you can kind of see that underneath the metal parts. I guess what you could do is you could put a Celtic pattern, a repeating pattern of Celtic symbols in that emission Panna map, and then as it moves you'd sort of see these patterns, but they'd be recognizable as well. Quite cool. Quite cool indeed. Alright, so I want to switch this to the other shader here. Okay, so that's looking more shiny. It's obviously lost the emission map there, so that's what I need to put back in. Which one was it? That's the question. Lighting. This one. And emission color 2. There's that color there, something like that. And then... Oh, okay. It's in a different position, okay. Ah, we need an emission mask, that's why. So, we're going to mask it off. So I need to map these the same way. So what I actually want to do to prepare for this switch is just a quick screen grab of what I've got in those positions. Just put that off to the side for my reference. And I can see that there's a mask in a base color and a normal. So there's a mask, base color, normal, and there's a dirt thing on it which can be made dirty. Okay, that's good. and then there's an emission mask, which is the M. So it's the same mask. And the panel map is that one at the bottom, the lighting. Emission color 2. Okay. Let's give this a go, see if we can get this working in the other shader. Did I open Photoshop again? Yeah, I did. Okay, so that's the Photoshop mask. So obviously the green area in this image is what it's using to mask off that area that's then going to do the render underneath. So that's how that works. And that's the lighting that goes underneath that, which is a lot of squiggly lines. But it's a very cool effect when it works. Alright. So let's switch this over and then try and fix it up. So it's got the new shiny material. If I then add the emission panel map, and we need a color. And I think this is probably going to do what we saw before. Yeah, okay, so it's doing that one. Let's do this one with green. Just okay, that's cool. Some very cool effects going on in it. We need the emission mask. That's what's missing. Okay, and this one, we'll just do blue so we can see which pieces. Okay, that's like the handle. Emission color 4. Oop. Let's do that in yellow. That one's there. Okay, so we get a very different picture with that one. Doesn't look like it's actually picking up the mask properly. Alright, so we've got the black, we've got the ambient occlusion piece, we've got the normal map, the mask, metallic MT, we've got the roughness, which is R, base color is BC, and dirt is that one, so that's fine. Emission mask is that one. Panel map, okay, that's that panel map. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's picking up the correct part of those textures. Okay. I might have to just go with that other shader then. Go back to that one and see if I can get it looking shinier. Trying to use the same shader on this whole character if I can. Right, so we want roughness. No, we need a roughness. We have a. I want to see. There we go. That's a bit better. So that's the ambient occlusion part of it. Tiling. Blend colours. We don't have metal, metallic boost. Here we go. And it's got different parts of the model that can be made shiny. Okay. Well, that could work. Alright, let's get a bit closer. See if we can get this looking better. Okay. Roughness. There we go. That's what I want. Okay. So it's sort of got a bit of a matte handle. Like wrought iron or something. And then we're getting the shine on these bits, which is looking a bit better. Roughness boost, not sure what that one's doing. Not doing anything. That one's, okay. So that's adding a glow effect or a shininess effect on the underlying pattern here. prefer it. Yeah, it doesn't really need anything there. Okay. Alright. And in theory, we can change the colour of this now. So that's a white colour by default. But we could make it green or whatever. Multicoloured. Quite like that though. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think it looks pretty cool, and the scale of it can be changed. And then we still have these other parts here, so that bit can be animated as well. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use that. I'm going to turn that off. 0. Okay, and then we've got the emission panner. So that's what it looks like at scale of 1. Yeah, I think that looks okay. Alright. Enough messing around. So, can we... I can't rotate that. Alright. I think it's mostly done. I think what I want to do is just remove the scars so that there's an alternate skin for this character, which means taking it into Photoshop. We're not really using the eye textures anymore. We're not really messing with the hair texture so much. Actually, I might do a bit more work with that. Looks a bit thin, doesn't it? A bit thin and a bit rough around the edges. So, it's dyed, so there is a colour there. Do the boost. I think that's going to be the answer. So a little bit fuller. And the colour, I think we probably want the colour to be a bit more of this colour. See if I can get a lighter colour there. And a lighter colour there. The colour picker is very delicate. Okay. That's a bit of difference. Doesn't quite match his hair, but it's close enough. What the hell's that going on here? So that's not, that doesn't look right. Something weird happening there. Something definitely weird. That looks odd. And odd we do not want. Ah, okay, so it's grabbing some tech, and it's grabbing the body hair from the wrong character. Same as usual, same story. Okay, so that should be coming from materials, characters, hair, hairs. Ooh, God, that looks bad. Whatever that's happening there. Hair shader URP. Hair shader. Hair shader URP. That's better. Still looks pretty nasty, but okay. At least it's not got something happening at the end there. Maybe it was just to covering the... Ah, no way he's done it. It's just to cover over the neck join between the two textures here. Make it less obvious. And of course he's got his hair in a bun, so it's kind of... Yeah, I guess those short bits would stick out. So it might just be a colour thing. Like it's more of a grey-brown, and his hair's more browny coloured, so maybe we see if we can bring the colour a bit more blondie. Grab that one in there, that one in there, and okay. And the other thing is to dither it out a bit, make it a bit fainter. That's a bit better. That's better. Okay. This fur doesn't look brilliant, I must admit. So I think I want to do something with that. I think that's the dither boost. 0.01. Bring that down so it's a bit finer. I think it looks a little bit more realistic than it did before. It looks very flat, very grey. It's dyed. Yeah, I suppose the grey looks less of an issue. Yeah, I guess that's alright. Okay, let's put this other equipment back on him. Nice cloth. Okay, so it's looking okay. And then this one. Doesn't have the pelvis fur on that. Yeah, so that pelvis fur, maybe that does need to go with that other one. Okay, let's create that empty parent. Put the pelvis fur in with that. We just don't need that one. Okay, so take that one off. Take the chainmail skirt away. Okay. Alright, so that looks better, I think, with a bit of the fur there. Okay. I wonder if that's got an emission mask on the belt. Makes me wonder whether you can make the skull's eyes glow or something. Okay, we make the skull pop out, and that's the metal, and that's the leather. Okay. All right. Okay, so I think the last thing I want to fix with this is the scars. Which effectively means editing the skins. Although he's got two sets of skins, so maybe there's no... Oh, there's one there. He's got one without scars anyway. Excuse me. Which is good, so it looks like the materials are already set up. So, take his face, head, skin... There you go, it's already there. Just thought of it before. MU, body skin, body skin, body skin. There we go. Alright, I didn't need to do the Photoshop editing. Okay, I think he's ready. Alright. Next up, let's save that scene and let's check it into source control. Alright, so if you've just joined, I'm basically working through bringing in a set of characters and reorganizing some of the objects in each of the characters to make them work nicely with Blink's RPG Builder product. And these models here are from someone called Quang Fan on the Unity Asset Store. Very good models. Really like them. They normally retail about $50 each. Certainly in Australia. I don't know what they are in the US. Okay, submit that. Berserker S1 character fixed up. So part of my routine here is to bring them in from high definition render pipeline, which is how they actually come out of the store, and remap the materials, remap the shaders to use the universal render pipeline shaders. Check all the materials and textures and make sure they're all looking okay. And what I'm finding as I bring these in is they sometimes pick up the wrong materials from the other characters. So there's a female knight character that was my first one that I've been working on, and the new character that just got this Berserker that's just come in, he'd picked up a lot of the materials from the original female knight, so there's odd things happening with the hair and the eyebrows and things like that. So part of my process is to sort of systematically work through and fix that all up, and then reorganize the parts of the mesh to actually make it work nicely with the Blink RPG Builder, which will require the armature for the animation to all be in a particularly named structure. I want to have them all consistent. And then the meshes is basically the body and in a starting point where your character's literally just got some underwear and they're running around half nude. And then obviously you accumulate armor and put that on, and that armor is going to either add on to, in this case, the shoulder piece here is going to add on top of the body, or it's actually going to replace. So in the case, actually I'll put his gloves on. In the case of hands, generally it's a swap. So as we put on those, which are leather bandaged gloves, you can see the hands pop through. So what RPG Builder is going to do is actually turn off the hand swaps. Whoop, not that one. In the mesh here, it's going to turn off the hands. So you won't with that. So it's not trying to draw the hands underneath the gloves, because otherwise you'll get some stuff popping out. And then if you switch to, so I've reorganized these. If you switch from the leather bandage gloves to the Vambrace Gauntlets, then you get that. So these will be, in RPG Builder, these will be two sets of, there might be individual gloves, in fact, so I might actually have them where you can pick up one of the gloves and later on you get the other one, or you get a set of two. But basically you have to get them, put them in your inventory, and when you equip them, then it's going to be basically doing this sort of swapping. And if you take the gloves off completely, then it's going to put the hands back on. And that's how RPG Builder works. So something to be aware of there is the skin on that join is a bit odd. So it looks like the shader has some slightly different properties for the hand as it does for the body. So I might need to be aware of that later on. Anyway, let's see all in the detail. So definitely this sort of issue is overlapping meshes. So yeah, that's what I've been doing for the last couple of streams here, is to bring in each of these characters and start to separate out the equipment types and basically take what Quang Fan has modeled as optional pieces and name them in a way and put them in a structure in the hierarchy here that is going to work well for RPG Builder, so that I can tell RPG Builder this is an equipment piece, and when you equip that piece, it's going to give these stats to the character, and it's going to turn off the hand. Turn off the hands. It's going to turn off the other one as well. So yeah, that's going to be different equipping. And I've got lots of other armor pieces that will go on these models as well, but I need to do blend shapes and things to actually make them fit with the characters so that they don't, the skin doesn't pop through and other pieces don't. they need to look right. So anyway, I think that character's basically done. One of the things I've been doing in this stream is to also take the standard eyes that come with the character and swap the render, the mesh is the original mesh that comes from the model, but I've been changing the shader on that material to actually use a shader called Eye Advanced, and that's got some very nice textures on it which allow you to do things like this. So this guy's pupils can dilate, and you just make really realistic looking eyes, and drop in different textures very nicely, which allows sort of on a character customization screen. If you imagine the player is scrolling through a list of eyes and just toggling left and right on the gamepad, and it's going through these eyes and just picking the next one in the list for whatever they want to use. So I think it's a really nice set. And of course it's just a texture. It can be edited in Photoshop or recolored, and so I could create many more. And I think just having a set of eye customizations here is really good. So the other package that I'm actually going to be putting into each of these models here is a package called Realistic Eye Movements by Torre Nabe, and that I'm very impressed with that package. It basically animates the character's face, head movement and eye movement to do what are called saccades, where when you move your eyes and look around, it's not a smooth look. It actually, your eyes jump to the next object that you're looking at. And so this saccades thing that this package does is really brilliant. Makes it very very realistic. So if you've got two characters, like a character and an NPC talking to one another, you can tweak this so they're looking at one another, but then if they're bored, maybe they're looking off into the distance and things like that. So you can get some very neat effects from just adding this package to these NPCs and these player characters that they wouldn't have otherwise. So, but I'm going to do that systematically. I'm going to apply that to each of these a bit later when I've got them into the environment. So if you join my stream over the next few weeks, I'm hoping to sort of bring all these character related assets together and to start applying them to these characters. I actually don't like his eyes, I want them brown. Start applying them to these characters along with the RPG Builder plugin. So I can show you that quickly on this character. So the RPG character there, you can see there's RPG Builder, character world interactions, third person controller. I will be switching out the third person controller to use Invector third person controller, and Malbas, which is the horse riding component, gets added here as well. But there's a third person controller here for the moment with RPG Builder. Player animator layer handler, which effectively is these things that start changing the way that the character animates, and also the appearance handler. And this is really where I'm working at the moment. So this is taking the mesh and figuring out which parts of the mesh are going to be rendered when you equip something. So this is all RPG Builder stuff here, stuff I was talking about before. These are the transforms for the weapons to where they're going to go. So RPG Builder needs to know on this model. Actually, I'm talking about the female knight, so let's jump to the female knight, which is over here. Needs to know where these various places are going to be. So that one's there. You can see that's the right hand, and that's where the sword is going to spawn. And it's where RPG Builder knows where that right hand is. So when you're doing weapons and things, it renders in the right spot. And then you've got these body parts here, which will be hidden. So when you equip gloves or armor, it's going to hide the body part that is defined underneath here. So you can see the undies get taken off when you put on pants. Otherwise, you're going to be rendering the pants as well as the undies, and then something pops through that shouldn't be there, and you wind up with the look gets ruined. So yeah, this is all needs to be tested in terms of switching on and off all these equipment pieces, but RPG Builder has the capability to set these up. You can customize this to your heart's content, and of course it's going to use these slots, which are user definable, so I can customize these and make them whatever I want. And the main thing I'm worried about at the moment is bringing in these Quang Fan models and going through and basically just fixing up these meshes so that they're in reasonably named slots, and the armor here is figured out in terms of, are they going to add on to the armor in terms of, you add a shield, it's not going to take away anything else. If you add shoulder stuff, it's going to add on top of the existing armor, and then other things are going to swap. So chest swaps is basically going to swap out the underlying body. An RPG builder is going to be handling that rendering swap as you equip items to the character or unequip. And yeah, so that's basically how all that stuff works. So like I said, at the moment I am bringing in all these characters. You can see the list is starting to grow. I've got quite a few to do. There's a lot of NPCs to do, but these characters are the ones that are player characters, male and female for different classes, and so they're going to have all of these third-party controller and Salsa for the voice over animation of the mouth. They're going to have the realistic eyes shaders, but they'll also have the realistic eyes animation, head movement, and those sort of things. The Malba's horse riding part here, so that you can mount a horse, ride a horse, fire weapons from a horse. All those sorts of things will be added into each of these characters over the next few weeks. So probably over the Christmas period, I'll try and get most of these to at least the same point where they can be switched in and out of the game reasonably easily. And at some point, I'll be creating a character customization screen that will allow you to then choose which one you want to play in the game. And I know RPG Builder has a template for that. I'm looking to do something a little bit different to that, but we could start with that. And that's essentially my goal over the next couple of, maybe the next month, I suppose, is to just build out all these player characters, bring in quite a few of the NPCs. So these two guys at the end here are NPCs. This guy. Something to be aware of whenever you get a package off the asset store of a character. If you're going to do voice dialogue and you want them to do lip sync, you need to be aware that if you go into the mesh here and you look at the spine, neck, head, you can see the bottom level of the hierarchy here stops at the head, which means his head's going to animate, but you've got no way of animating the mouth or the eyes, in fact, so there's not going to have any, he's going to be bland. So he's probably going to have a non-speaking part initially, unless I take this model into another package and actually create some blend shapes and some rigging in the face. And the model's actually not too bad. I want to switch out his eyes, but there's a fair amount of work to do here with that model to actually make it into an NPC that's going to have a talking part. The other alternative, of course, is to actually just put a helmet on him and then he doesn't have to blink and he doesn't have to animate the mouth. He's just talking through the helmet. So that's like a worst case scenario, is to just hide the fact that he's not going to talking part. But anyway, so that's kind of where I am. This guy here has, I'm thinking he's an NPC, but you can see he's got a mouth in there and his jaw is actually rigged so he can talk. So potentially he could even be a player character. He's rigged reasonably well. But yeah, you kind of figure out very quickly when you get these models what the capabilities of them are and how much work is involved. So if the model looks really good, then maybe it's worthwhile doing all the extra work to make it a player character or make it a key NPC that you're going to have dialogue with, like the innkeeper or something. Or are they just going to be a filler? They're going to walk around the village and just ignore you. Or are they going to have some dialogue? So it's worthwhile sort of figuring out what their role is going to be in the game. All right, so I think I'm done with this dude. I've checked into source control. I think I'll just double check that. Okay, I did some stuff with the eyes. Just going to commit that again, and I'm going to now bring in the next dude. So it's taken, yeah, probably about 2 hours per character here to bring them in. Actually, sort of systematically work through them. So if I quickly explain what I'm doing here, I've got a model that has been downloaded off the asset store, paid. It's a bought asset. It's been brought into its own project in the high definition render pipeline, which is how they come out of the box from Quangfan, and then they are converted to the universal render pipeline, which is what I'm using for my project. And they're in their own project at the moment, and then I'm going to basically copy them across into this one. So that dude was Berserker S1, I think. Yeah, so he's Berserker S1. I'm about to bring in Berserker S2. And I need, yep, that folder there, Berserker S2, and the metadata file. Bring it into my characters folder and drop him in there. Okay, so you can see this list of characters is building up. I do have zombies in here, which you would think, why would you have zombies in medieval? But maybe you do. They're sort of a bit of an experimentation to actually see with the meshes. If the clothing on this zombie collection looks more sort of 18th, 19th century, which means it's not going to fit in with the medieval thing. And if the clothing is actually embedded in the mesh, then it can't really be removed, which means those models don't fit the look and feel with this particular project. That's fine. I'm looking at some other, zombie games as well, but for the moment, they're just sitting in this project until I work with them. All right, so I'll let that import, and I'll work on Berserker S2. So while that's going on, let's have a look here. Berserker. Whoop. Berserker S2. Quangfan, I think is the guy's name here. Berserker S2. Quangfan, I don't know if that's... I don't know if he's actually got it listed there on his website. I'll have to have a look at that a bit later. Okay, so it's coming. All right, so if you watched my previous stream, you'll know that when we bring these characters in, they have DLL files that are embedded in this physics bone class library. And because they're in the character and they get brought into a scene that's already got them in the project, then that DLL is conflicting and it causes a couple of issues, which means it can't run. So my fix here... Oh, I don't like that. It's a naming difference. My fix here is actually just get rid of the scripts folder, which has got that DLL in it. I don't need the scripts anyway. I'm not using the Balrond controller that comes with the models. There's probably a lot of hacking away at this stuff to get rid of the stuff that's not needed, like all of the materials and textures and shaders for the eyes are not used because I'm using a different pack for that and wiring them up differently. So there's probably a fair amount of tidy up to do on this. There's some high definition render pipeline pieces that aren't needed as well, so they can go. So this will recompile. It should get rid of those 2 errors. And I've got a lot of warnings, but it's where it's picking up unique IDs on objects, and I'm not too worried about that stuff because I'm remapping each character one at a time anyway. There we go, it's gone. All right, so we've got a dude, and bring the dude in, and playing version, bring him in. There he is. He's elven. I can tell by the ears. Bring him around. He looks weird because there's pink shading going on, which indicates to me that there's a shader issue. And okay, so let's put him in the same sort of orientation as the other characters. So he's on, I'm just copying his transform position of this guy and putting him in the same transform position so he's in line with the other characters. And I'm moving him across to, say, 13.5. So there's a nice row. And Zarktor's realm is medieval, but it's not got dwarves and elves in it. So this dude will get modified. I'm going to basically take that into Blender and swap out his ears. I'm not looking for elven characters in this particular game. So you can see there's a fair bit of work to be done on that, and the main reason is the pink is the shaders. The shaders are trying to use shaders that are probably for the built-in render pipeline or the high-definition render pipeline, so they need to be fixed. There's some gaps in the hair. There's stuff going on with his eyelashes that doesn't look right. The clothing is very dark, and it's doesn't look quite as good as these other ones. So that's what I've been doing over the last couple of streams, is to gradually fix up this stuff and get it to the point where they are looking usable. It's not usable at the moment. So it's anything but plug and play at this point. I think if I was building the project in high definition render pipeline, these characters might be plug and play to go straight into a game. But as I said, I'm using completely different controllers, and so this Balron 3D camera thing is not going to be part of the picture. So is that a variant? Okay, it's got different styles in there. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, there's going to be a fair amount of work to do with these characters. The value in these assets for me is the quality of the mesh, the rigging, the textures, the materials, and the shaders in particular. The shaders from Quangfan are very good. I'm really quite impressed with them. They have a really good effect. And that's really what, for me, makes a character like this $50 worth. It's not $50 worth at the moment, but it will be. It will be once I've gone through the process of cleaning it up and making it usable in the game. And then really the only thing I need to do with this guy is to go into Blender and mess with his head and fix those ears. Put them back to human ears, which I can copy off another model and blend them back in again. And the other piece that I am going to be doing is to add equipment on top of these models. So all of these models will have additional equipment that gets loaded on top. And my trick with that is going to be to make sure that they look okay over the top of the other renders. So it's about sizing those models and using blend shapes or something like that to actually modify the shape of the equipment as it goes on to the character. Alright, so this dude is about to get refactored. So I'm going to first of all convert him from a prefab into a non-prefab. So he's just in this scene basically. I don't want to lose this scene. Player. What is he? He's a Berserker. Berserk. It's a male. Berserker. I think he's a Berserker Mage. Actually, I don't want him to be a Berserker. I'm going to, because we've got a female Mage, I'm going to make him a male Mage character. Okay. So that's him. And then he's actually got all this other stuff. And some weapons. So that's all the stuff that can... Oh, okay. So that does actually go with this one. This is the female Mage equivalent. So you can see there's a staff and a bow. I may not use those assets, but they are there. So that's the female version, and this guy is going to be the male equivalent. And I think she's got the pointy ears as well. So I'm going to have to take the elf out of her. And I've just noticed that the skull cap is not looking right. So that one... Oh no, the skull cap looks okay. Yeah, I might do some work with the width of the hair on that one. Anyway, I'll come back to that later. I need to get them all to the point where they're kind of looking reasonably okay. And then I'll tweak it. Alright, so dude, what are we going to do here? We are going to... He's got a cloth hat, so he's got quite a lot of different equipment parts on this one. That's the female mage. I don't want to mess with that. I don't want to mess with that. I want to do that one. Okay, so he's got a beard. Body separates. He's got a cloak. Ooh. So that should be a cloak like that. Clothing, gloves, hair for cloak, hood, head base, wood elf. Okay, so he's got wood elf stuff, hood, helmet. Okay, so if he's got the hood up, then presumably that hides the ears, maybe. If he hasn't got a hood, how do you hide the ears? That's the question. Okay, bow and staff. Alright, so let's save that scene while he's in there. And again, I'm going to create the same structure as these other characters, which will help me integrate the RPG Builder product. So the first thing I like to do is get rid of these scripts that are no longer on this character, don't need them. And now I'm going to create some empties. Armature parent, and inside that goes Armature. Put that at the top, and then the root, which is the actual armature, is going to go inside there. Pelvis, spine, 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 neck, head, face, and then we've got, then these are obviously the armatures for the face. And the important one here for these models is the fact that Quang Fan has actually gone and modelled the mouth so that you can actually do talking parts. And that's important for me because my characters will be using Salsa to actually do voiceover dialogue and then some approximation of the speech with the mouth movement. It won't just be a rotation of the jaw like this. There's actually different shapes in here for doing all sorts of mouth shapes. So that's a question of tweaking Salsa to actually have control over all of these armature pieces to model the shape of the mouth with different sounds that are coming through from the audio that's been recorded. So yeah, these are definitely speaking parts, and my intention with the game is to actually have the player character enter dialogue with NPCs, and for the camera to pan between the two characters, or three or four characters that are in the dialogue. As you choose the dialogue lines, obviously different audio dialogue is played, and then the characters are going to do the lip sync with Salsa to actually do this sort of animation. A little bit better than this though. But yeah, it's important because if these rigged characters don't have this armature part here, and they just have it up to the head, but they don't have anything from the face down to the mouth, then they're not going to have a speaking part unless they're wearing a helmet. All right, so that's good. We've got the IK, the inverse kinematics locations for the feet and for the hands. That's important because RPG Builder and Malba's horse riding needs to know about where the hands are in order to hold reins on a horse or to hold weapons. So that's important too. Alright, so the next part here is for me to create two more structures. So meshes is the underlying body meshes, and then the armor will be all the equipment pieces, or equipable pieces. So I'm including the weapons in the armor piece here because they can be picked up and put in the inventory and equipped just like armor. And clothing, it's all going to be the same thing. So the cloak's going to go under armor, the gloves are going to be under armor, clothing's. Now the hair, cloak, that should be cloak. That's part of the normal mesh. The hair for hood, the normal mesh. The head base is definitely part of the base mesh. The beard is part of that too. And hair. So he's got a lot of hair. And leather boots, that'll be armor. The belt is armor. And then the hood has an arm ring and a hood and a neck cloth. So that's going to be armor. Body separates, I'm going to come back to. And then the hood elf is the same sort of thing. So it's obviously an optional look. That's going to be in there as well. And then the body separates, these will be the underlying body pieces which will go into the meshes. Alright, so if I turn off all the armor, then he's down to what he's got underneath, which is basically the underlying mesh that you would start out with in the game when you're out of the starting gates into you know, the tutorial level, I guess, and then as you pick up armor, it's going to gradually equip these things. So let's get rid of this pink first of all, because that's ugly. Okay, so let's just hide it for the time being, just to get rid of this stuff. And let's deal with these eyebrows first. And he's got some hair under there. Lots of hair layers. There we go. Alright, so eyebrows. So the pink indicates to me that the shader is either missing or it's for the wrong render pipeline. So this is Universal Render Pipeline, URP, ERP. And at this point it's missing. The shader is completely missing. But what I've noticed when I'm bringing these models in is they can pick up the wrong materials. And I like to start with making sure I've got the right materials on there before I do anything else. So, eyebrows. He should be getting it from, yeah, okay, so it's the right materials. Eyebrown and eyebrown W. Okay, that should be eyebrows. It's just one word. Eyebrows W. I don't know what the W stands for. Okay, so now he's got eyebrows, so he's got the right material. We need to pick a shader, and I'm using the Dawn shaders, which come from Quangfan, and being a hair shader, I suspect. There we go. Let's have a look. And let's put it into that mode. Okay, and it's not rendering at all. Opacity boost, do the boost. There we go. So it's about tweaking the shader to actually get it to do something meaningful, so we can actually make it quite fat. So there's quite a bit of customization in this. Alright, so that's the eyebrows fixed. The eyelashes here are definitely wrong, and again the reason is it's picking up the material from the first one that I did, which was the female knight, and that's not right. It should be getting this thing here, eyelashes. Should be taking it from this one. So that's the material. It's gone pink because it's broken from the shader. So I switch the shader out to hair shader. There it is. And then it's a question of just tweaking the dither to, whoa, you know, get something that looks reasonable. Maybe something like that. And then something else is happening here, which I've noticed on a lot of these models. They've got this body eyes tear thing, which I think is like a tear duct type arrangement. And so that's also getting it from the wrong model. So that should be eyes tear, that material. That looks better. And it's got its own shader for that. And the cube map actually is in here somewhere. Textures, character, bodies, eyes. I don't know, he's got a cube map on this one. Don't think he's got a cube map. Not that you need it really. Okay, so the eyes are using, again, the wrong material, so I'm going to fix up that and make sure that this character's materials are correct. If I were to just try and mess around with the textures on this material while I'm working with this character, what it's going to do is I'm going to go back to my female knight, and it's going to be screwy on the female knight because it's actually affecting the materials on the other character. So I definitely want to make sure the materials are correct first before I do anything else. So I'm going to, you can see that if I click on that, it's taken me into the female knight body eyes gradient. That's definitely not right. So I actually want the Berserker S2, materials, characters, eyes, that one. That's what I want. Okay, so that's out of the box what the guy's eyes look like. I am going to now switch the shaders on that from Quang Fan's one to actually use Eye Advanced. And I'm now, it's a bit pixelated, isn't it? I'm now going to configure that Eye Advanced shader with textures. And this is where the realism starts to come out. So texture 1, there we go. And iris size, we're going to have about 4, about 0.5, and we need the other pieces here. So we need the mask, normal, we need the shadow sclera, iris shader, iris normal map, cornea, okay, iris normal, the eye normal, which I think is this one, and the people normal, and then we also need the mask. The mask is not, oh no, it is that one. Mask normal, oh, iris cut. Okay, so we're getting the orange out the back there, which is not what I want. No, it's masks, it's wrong. Ah, that's why. Ah, that's why. It's picking up the sclera, which is the outside sort of reddish part with all the blood vessels on it, and it's picking that up from the female knight, which is completely the wrong texture. So it should actually be this one, diff sclera. There we go. It does look weird because the size of the pupil is odd. So the iris is odd. So it should be a little bit bigger. I think that's a bit better. Okay, let's go in. Let's have a look. That's looking not too bad. And you can see the sclera with the blood vessels, which we can change the look of that. Make him really bloodshot. Just to get a bit more realistic. I guess, you know, you work on this stuff when you're in the editor, and someone who plays the game's never going to know how much work went into behind the scenes to actually try and make this stuff look better and better and better. So it may be noticeable, it may not be. But what I want to do is make sure that when these characters are in dialogue, which is probably the only time you're really going to see them really up close, is that they look as good as they can possibly look. At least as far as I can muster from what I can do. I certainly don't want them to be a detractor from the game, so any of this crappy stuff that's not looking right, I want to fix that. Alright, so he's got no eyelash. I don't think his eyelashes are showing through enough. So I'm just going to bring them up. That's really nasty. What's going on with that? 0.01. Opacity boost. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. Does Evan look like he's wearing makeup? He's wearing mascara. I don't know, do elven mages wear mascara? I assume they do. I find squinting sometimes helps visualize whether or not it's approximating reality. Okay, that'll do for now. Come back to that. Might be the fact that they're very, very black, in which case they're just a little bit too dark for my liking. But anyway, it is what it is. So the eyes are looking okay. We want to give him different coloured eyes. Yeah, let's give him those. That'll do. Alright. And hair, the beard. Alright. So the beard's looking weird because it's getting the material from the female knight hair. And that is not right. Again, I don't want to mess with the textures and the shaders on that because it will mess up the other character that I've already sorted out. So what I want to do is put the material on this one. And he's got multiple materials here, so that could be interesting. I don't know if hair underscore W is hair white, maybe, or I don't know. It's obviously something special about that material. Okay, hair. Yeah, alright, let's put shader on. So it's definitely using the right material now. Put the hair shader on. That's better. Actually, that's a lot better. Looks a lot more realistic. The colour's a bit sort of a little bit too bland, maybe a little bit too. I guess that's just tweaking now with the dither boost. Or this one here. So we've got the root colour, so we can change the colour of it, and we can add some effects to it, I guess. Alright, so if we now turn on his other hair, that's pink still, and that one's okay, so we have to do these one at a time. It's just being very systematic and being patient with it. Okay, time to get rid of the hood. Oop, time to get rid of the hood. And he's got two different hoods by the look of it. He's got the hood 1 and hood 2 by the look of it. Okay, let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. What's going on, dude? What's happening here? So he should have. Let's get rid of that hair. Get rid of that hair. Get rid of that hair. He's got a lot of hair. Get rid of that hair. Definitely going to have to do something with those ears. And I would suggest that his eyebrows should probably match his... yeah, I would say that should match. So we take that colour, copy that colour to that colour, and then copy that colour to that colour, and 0.6, 0.04, 0.6, 0.06, 0.04. Just trying to get them to match the beard to 0.49 metallic. Oop. At least in terms of the basic sort of colour. 2.93. 2.93. Brightness 1. That's better. Maybe those eyebrows, maybe that's what it is. Brightness. Okay. Alright, so I think part of the issue here is that it's you can see the texture is just stopping straight here, and it's not sort of dithering off, which suggests to me that we've got to fiddle with this opacity or something here. Roughness. Okay, we want this figure here. Trial and error. Okay, so that's bringing out that part. Boost, boost. I might actually try the other hair shader. Just try the hair shader too. Okay, that's a lot thinner, and it's lost all the materials, but it might actually work. Redbeard. Okay, so it's got, that's part of the reason is it's got the wrong textures on it again. Here's hair alpha, hair base color, hair base color. Do the boost. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'm not overly convinced that this is the right. Still got the wrong alpha on it. That's why. That's better. There we go. There we go. That's what we want. So you can see here with that bit that was square and it had finished in a square piece is now cut away. It's got the cutout. So obviously the alpha is controlling that, and the hair base color looks much, much better. It's mirrored a little bit too much in the middle for my liking, but anyway, it's not too bad. So that's the kind of effect we want for the rest of the hair now. And of course, because he's got so much hair, I'm going to be copying and pasting those color values all over the place to try and get this to look consistent across his head. Anyway, all right, so this one here is really important because this is the skull cap, which is used to, when he's got hair over the top, it's used to make sure that you don't see the scalp underneath all the hair because it just looks a bit weird, looks a bit too thin. And when it's the right color and the right shading, you really don't notice it. It just kind of hides it. So, so let me turn on all these and just have a look at them all, see what they look like. So there's a lot of pink going on there, but you can see that you can still see the skull cap, which means if you didn't have the skull cap there, you would be seeing the scalp, which looks too thin. So whilst you've got a lot of hair there, it's still too thin. I think the hair shader actually needs a bit of tweaking anyway to do it like a bit like the beard, so it sort of fattens out the hair and doesn't make it quite so thin. So there could be a combination of things to do here. And of course it's probably still got the wrong materials and the wrong shaders, but I'm just going to work systematically through this. So let's take them back out. Let's go back to this. Let's get this skull cap done first. All right, so it should be hair 0, and it is getting it from. This is something that's quite useful if you've got source control on your project, and you're then checking in a character as you commit them. Then I know that all these plus signs are the character that I'm working in. So that's how I know very quickly clicking on this stuff that it's actually part of this character and not some other character. You can't really tell with the name because MI hair 0 is actually in a number of characters, but it is actually a separate material. All right, so the MI hair, that's the correct material. It's missing a shader, which is why it's pink. So we want hair shader URP, and that doesn't look right, probably because of the materials, the textures now. So if we look at the texture here, and it's getting it from FS2, which is the Furry S2 female character, so it's definitely the wrong texture. We want to be getting it from textures, characters, hairs, hair 0 alpha. That's better. That's better, and that you can see covers that area properly, and then it's just a question of bringing up these values to, you know, darken it as needed, and that should do the trick. It may be a little bit too dark, but it's better than it was. It's certainly better than the pink. It's just a question of finding what makes sense. It's a bit too shiny for my liking, so I want it a little bit sort of matty, so you don't want it reflecting through. All right, so that's that, and this is a noise texture, which I think just sort of randomizes the texture. You sort of play with the tiling of that. It's not going to make much difference. The mid bias can actually do some randomization with it as well. So let's smooth it out, I guess. Put it back to -1. So I could change the base color to be a bit of a grey, but I want to sort of see what it looks like once the hair's over the top. So let's do the... So inside, outside, we've got hair A, hair B. One's designed for working with a cloak, the other's designed for working with a hood, and then you've got, obviously without the hood, this stuff going on. So let's start with the front. Alright, so right out of the starting gates, it's using FK body hair, which is the female knight again, so that I don't want to start messing with the textures because that'll screw up the other character. So I want to switch that immediately for the materials. Materials, hairs. And the trick is going to be, is it the hair zero, sorry, the hair blend, maybe it's that one. Okay, let's put that on hair shader. Okay, pink hair, okay. Or is it hair shader 2? Okay. Yeah, that texture might, it's looking like a better shader. I think the alpha is wrong, so I'm going to go to the textures, hairs, hair alpha. There we go. And hair base color there, and then it's going to be messing with these here. Now, the alpha's not quite right because that black should be disappear. The black should be going transparent. So the hair alpha is not picking that up. And that could be to do with these opacity things. Oh, there we go. So I normally set that to a very low value, like 0.01, and then bring up the dither till it looks reasonable, and then bring up the roughness. So if you want Japanese style shiny hair, you can do that with this shader. Anime characters have a lot of this sort of shininess. I'm going for more realism, so I'm going to just take that down a bit and just have it lit but not too shiny. Not sure about the pink, or purple. Let's leave it for the moment. see what he looks like. Actually, that's colour. Okay, go red. Alright, so it's now using the alpha properly, which is good. This is just one layer of the hair. So that's the outside, this is the inside of the hair. Underneath that layer, the front. So you've got the front and back, and inside and outside. So when those are turned on, okay, so the browns, so you see the thickness of this purple bit is now correct, and the colour of this is now correct. So I want to copy the colour of this one, I think. Hair base colour, and it's getting it from FK, so it's actually getting the hair colour from a different model again. Okay, let's go back here. Let's do the back. Let's do this inside front one first. So inside front, FK body hair. So again, it's getting the material wrong. Hair material and blend. I wonder what the hair W one is. So if we set that to hair shader as well, okay. Maybe it's two-tone. Okay, so it's got different colour settings on it. Oh, look at it. And we need to put the correct alpha. Okay, so it does look a bit different. Yeah, I think the grey hair might work better. Alright, so let's change him up. This one. Let's change that to hair W. Which one's purple? That one, hair W. Change the material to hair W. There we go. It's a bit more realistic. Goes with his beard. Alright. So obviously if he's wearing a hood or a cloak or something, then you can have the hair out the front. But you wouldn't bother rendering anything out the back if you're wearing a hood. But I'm going to model all of these so that that's an optional thing. When you equip that hood or put up the hood, then that's when it's going to hide these meshes. So I want to do the same thing here. Getting quicker at this now, so looks like that's fine. And this one will be fine. Okay. Awesome. So in fact the skull cap here you really don't see at all, I don't think. Oh, there's a bit, so you can kind of see it popping through there. Not much. That's fine. Okay. Beard's looking not too bad. Alright, so now time for the hair cloak. So, same again. So we're going to do the hair 0. That looks like that's fine. Okay, so that one there needs to be hair W. Okay, so it looks shorter than the other one. And in fact, the hair alpha doesn't have the settings quite right. 0.01. We're getting that effect at the bottom here again. The cutoff. Yeah. Okay. Hair shade of VR2. Maybe it was the hair shade of VR2. What did I do on these ones? Hair shade of 1. Okay. Hair W. Okay. It's the right colour, the right textures. It's just not rendering right with the shader's not doing the alpha properly. But it is the right alpha. I wonder if this is actually where that other material should be. Maybe that's supposed to be the blend one. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm going to just work with this and fix one thing at a time, I guess. Let's bring this guy in and materials. Let's look at the materials fixed up. Hair W. Okay, so that's looking okay. It's okay at the front, not okay at the back. Okay, hair out front. Hair out front, that definitely is not right. That's better. Okay, and hair in front is correct. Okay. Hair out back is... Oh, you know why it's cut off. I know why it's cut off like that. I know why it's cut off. It's because he's going to be wearing a cloak, which is going to conceal it. So it's not supposed to be going past that point. I think that's why that is. Okay, so that's probably okay. That's why the front and the back is different. The front's got that tailing off and the back hasn't. It's just chopped off. Because I'm imagining that the hood, not the hood, leather shoulders. Yeah, okay. So you don't want the hair going through the shoulders. That's why. I was worried about it when I didn't need to, because you don't see it anyway. Live and learn. All right. They're starting to look a bit better. All right, so that's that one. We're now going to look at the hair hood. So that's a bad hairstyle. So start with the hair cap. So that is MI hair 0. MI hair 0 goes in there. Okay. Hair front is, that's using that correctly. That's using that correctly. So if he's got the hood up, that's actually fine. His ears come through. Don't like that. I don't like the fact that the hood's got holes in it. Ah, aha, there we go. That's better. So Quang Fan has actually made a version where the ear holes are not cut out of the hood. That's good, because when I fix his ears and bring them back inside, they're not going to be poking out like that. Okay, good. Good, 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 which means I'm not going to use that. So let's rename that. Unused. Not in this game. No elves. Okay, so something weird going on here with the shoulders. That looks like that should be a double-sided shader. Which suggests to me, there you go. So that's how you can tell that it's a double-sided shader that's required, is you can see it from the back, but you can't see it from the front, or vice versa. Is it getting the right material? Yes, it is. It's not the right shader. It should be two-sided. There we go. It's better. It's much better. All right. So apart from the ears, he's starting to look a bit more reasonable. Okay. I just have noticed there that with the shaders, you've got to be careful between these two versions. That if you use a different version of a shader for the hood, then it's going to wind up with a different texture, and I'm not sure about that one. So I'm going to switch that to this one. Okay, so that's more of a glossy colour. If I change this guy here to version 2 shader, there we go, that's better. It's a bit more matte coloured. I think that sort of works a bit better. Alright, now this chain does not look very good. It's not very impressive. And it's hovering, which is not brilliant. That possibly should be two-sided, but it should be shinier than that, I think. So it's part of the cloak. Okay. So it's actually part of the cloak, so if I start messing with that shader, it's one piece, but if I mess with this shade, with the textures on this shader, on this material, on the cloak, it'll affect the whole cloak potentially in terms of making it shiny. So I'll come back to that. All right. So hairs, yep, I've got that. Cool. I've got that. Cool. And we've got cloak. Cool. And hood. So the hood that should be at the top. That's what I'm missing. I'm actually missing my structures that should be underneath this armor. So let me do that. Meshes, right. So underneath armors, we want all the slots to be named so that we can find them. And I tend to name these in a way that goes from head to toe, make them visually easy to spot. So we want the head swap. And back add-ons. So that's obviously for capes and, you know, cloaks and things. Neck add-ons. Shoulder add-ons. Chest add-ons. And swaps. I don't know if he's got gloves. We'll find out. Waist add-ons. Yeah, the really exciting part of this is when you start bringing in these characters to RPG Builder, when you actually start picking up equipment items and they go in the inventory, and then you drag them onto the character, or, you know, enable them and equip them, and they pop onto the character, and you just think, oh, that's brilliant. You know, you've gone through all this work of taking this rendered 3D object, deconstructing it here to relocate it into new places, create an inventory item with a 2D picture of the inventory item, and then you're moving it around in inventory, and then you equip it, and it renders back onto the character exactly where it should. It's brilliant. It's brilliant when that works. It's not very brilliant when it doesn't work. But it is quite rewarding to sort of go through all these characters and sort of, I know, you know, there's probably several hundred pieces here just on these characters alone, and it's exciting to sort of come up with the lore behind the items. You know, like you've got a sword with a specific glow. What stats is it going to give? What, you know, who can equip it? What's it going to do? And what's it going to look like? And with the flexibility in these shaders, there's some pretty amazing things in these shaders that you can do in terms of rendering glows and color schemes and animations, and so in terms of visual effects on these weapons and on clothing even, I'm very pleased with what I've got here to be able to work with. And it's just a question now, working with Harrison, who's my son, to actually come up with the lore behind all of these items and the story. So Harrison's going to be writing a lot of the story for Zarktor's realm, and the character backgrounds, and the quest lines and all those sort of things. So he's creating, I guess, the text that goes with all of this stuff in terms of things you discover in the game. So it's going to be quite exciting to sort of bring all that together in the coming months. All right, so head swap goes to the top. Let's just flatten this structure. And I really probably should create a template for this. Right. Hood human, I think, is a head swap. Cloak is going to be a back add-on. Get in there. There. Feet swap's going down the bottom. Neck. Neck is next. There. Neck swap, shoulders, waist, hand. Arm. Chest. Shoulder. Chest. Chest, arm. Right. Bow. Okay. Gloves. Gloves go in the hand slot. Clothing's going to be a mixture. Feet swaps. Belt's going to be waist. Unused hood is going to go into the head swap. And the clothings are going to be worked on. Okay, so they're kind of starting to fall into the right places here. Cloak. Okay, so the leather shoulders should actually be in shoulder add-ons. chest chain. So that's its own thing there. That's going to be a chest add-on. Cloak. Which actually doesn't need. Actually, you know, that chain is part of the cloak. That's what that is. You wouldn't have the chain by itself. It's going to be part of that cloak. So it goes with the cloak. Okay. All right. So if you're, I don't know if you're doing anything with Unity, but shortcut keys. The one I'm using is the tilde to actually turn on and off the item in the inspector, and it just makes life so much easier to be able to work through this stuff and just turn on and off items. To be able to hide them and redisplay them. Okay, so okay, belts and bags, leather boots, weapons, clothing. Okay, pants, they're going to be leg swaps. Pea cloth, I don't know. The chest is going to be up there. Shirt, neck. Okay, that is a neck piece, so that's a neck add-on. Top body. Okay, that looks like arms and neck. So it's going to be... Okay. To figure out where these pieces are going to go. That is... What are they? That is like... What are they called? They are called... they're called... Corset scale plate. What are they? Can't remember what they're called. Waist add-ons, large plate, waist bags, belt. I will come back to that, I think. I'll come back and rename that. They've got a special name for those equipment pieces. Folds? I think it might be folds. Let's have a look here. Folds and belt. Yeah, folds. That's this sort of thing that sort of protects the side of the body. That's what they are. So, leather. Folds, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Pea cloth. That is like a... groin cloth. Oh, that is. Okay. Let's hide the weapons for now. Get that out of the way. It's a bit too glowy in my face. All right. I think we might start here. Hand swaps, add-ons, chest swap, shoulders, neck, back, cloak, hood. Right. So we know we've got the right parts here in the meshes because that's now looking correct. Let's read this. Eyebrows, eyelashes, eyes depth. What's that? It's got two sets of eyes. What is that? Two sets of... Why has it got two sets of eyes in there? That is odd. Very odd. Don't know why that's there. I'm going to rename that unused Unused eyes. There might be a reason why that's there, and I don't want to delete it because it might be wired into something that I need. Size, depth are the ones I'm working with. Call it eyes. Get rid of those. So they're obviously hidden behind the other ones. Alright. The tear duct, we've got the head, and we've got the teeth. I don't think we check the teeth, so it's just hide that, get rid of that. Whoa! Get rid of the beard. Alright. Let's just check that the teeth are using the right. Nope, they're not. They're actually getting the female knight's teeth, which might not be a problem, but I actually want to. It might be a problem when it animates and it goes through the jaw or something. So I want to put the right materials on there. And my teeth. Okay, that is going to be a skin shader. And then put the right textures on it, which are here. Ambient occlusion, base color, the mask, the normals, and the roughness. Okay. Head back. And let's just see how that looks when we take the armature, take the mouth, and where's my tools gone? Hang on, that's not right. What did I just do there? Did I jump in the wrong? Jumped in the wrong armature. That's why. Okay, let's grab this armature. Root, pelvis, spine, neck, head, face, mouth. That's better. Okay. So yeah, it's going to require a fair bit of work to fix that up. It's the shape of the lips, I think, that's the problem. They're very wide lips. The lips actually come, on most people, actually come all the way to underneath the iris. But I've noticed, certainly with these jaws, when you just do a rotate on the jaw, you get a very wide mouth opening. Where the blend shapes and the shapes that you would normally have when talking, the sides of the mouth actually need to come in. And of course, on these ones here, there are actually outer mouth pieces here that would move in concert with the other pieces to actually all of this lot, and maybe even the nose and the cheeks. That should be cheek. Maybe the nose and the cheek should actually be moving in concert for the different mouth shapes when I put in Salsa. Actually do the voiceover dialogue lines in here. But I just want to make sure that from a very basic point of view that the teeth look okay, because a lot of the time when you see these RPG games and the characters start talking, the teeth glow, that the mouth is suddenly really bright inside, and it's likely to actually be darker inside. So it's likely to be more this sort of darkness rather than like this, because light's not going to get inside someone's mouth like that, generally, unless the light's actually shining in from the front. The teeth look very, very white, so there's a lot of work to be done to actually get the dialogue with these characters to actually look somewhat realistic. Anyway, that's as much as I want to do on that guy's face at the moment, so that's all good. Alright. I'm not using the unused eyes. Head mesh is fine. Put the beard back on. And it does look okay. Certainly from a distance it's going to look okay. Alright. Alright. So, let's get this hood. Actually, let's not start with the hood. Let's start with chest shirt. Okay. So this is likely to be a piece of equipment that he can equip. I quite like the fact that it sort of looks like this almost sort of velvet-like stuff. I would like this shiny stuff, these filigraphy or whatever this is on here to pop it. It's a bit shiny. I suppose it's not too bad. But the buttons here, it'd be nice if they just popped a bit more. So I think that's going to be something like... Oh, okay, that's better. Pop out a bit more. Roughness boost. One of these dials is going to change that, I'm sure. Okay, so that's where you can change the colour scheme of the equipment, which is quite neat. Actually, just to be able to change one aspect of it. Like, for example, you know, do some quite funky equipment that might look very different to the same mesh, but with a completely different colour scheme. Very cool. Very cool. Alright, I'll actually leave that as it is. I think I'm happy with that colour scheme. And you've got some emission here, so you can actually do emission. Okay, that's going to make the whole thing glow because we've not got a mask, that's why. That's fine. But I could use that mask. Just experimenting now. Not that colour. What about... Okay, it's like Tron. Okay. Maybe do an animation that actually makes it glow like that. It's cool. And then what's this one? Let's do this one in blue, just to have a little bit of a play. Okay, that's the base colour. Anyway, so yeah. Let's reset them back. 0, 0, 0. Alright. So he's got his shirt. We have the leather shoulders. At which point the leather shoulders, actually, they need to be swaps. Because that actually needs to swap out the hair at the back to be... for cloak. Nope. Which one is it? Which one of these? I think it's that one. Take that one off. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it's not programming per se, but it is definitely wiring up. Something else happening in there. It's a bit odd. Oh, I know, it's the skull cap. No, it's not that either. Okay, come back to that. Yeah, so RPG Builder is going to require information about, or configuration of, the fact you put on these shoulder things, if it's an equipable item, which I think it probably will be. It needs to know that by doing that, you actually want to disable this hair here and put in this hair instead and swap it over. So it's going to require some testing to sort of just figure out which groups of items go with which in order to render correctly. Even if it's you equip a pair of shoulders and it actually equips a different set of hair to go with those shoulders so that it renders correctly. The player's not going to know, but it does need to look correct. So things like that, it doesn't look quite correct when he's not got shoulders because of course the hair's out the way, but I think the hair is actually wired into the armature through the mesh to actually use movement. So I think this will actually do some movement as you move around. Anyway, let's keep going. So I'm going to switch that one out. That's better. Yep, that's good. Really not sure what's happening with this guy here. So that's hair out, hood. Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to do the hood as well. I think that's a separate thing for when you've actually got the hood on. All right. Okay. So it's looking okay. I'd like those red things to glow a bit more, but anyway, let's just match these materials together. So dirt isn't doing much. Metallic boots. Okay. Yeah, I like the fact that the texture, which is coming from the normal map here. So I'll show you the normal map. The texture of the material is actually embedded in that normal map as well as in the base color of that. But I quite like that effect that they've got here. They've created a very nice pattern in there in the normal map, which has a really nice effect on this. So you can really kind of imagine that being sort of embossed leather. Very cool. Very cool. So I want to sort of show that off, which means this having the right settings here, because you're too dark, you're never going to see it. I do want it to pop, but I don't. I want it to fit with the rest of the equipment. So this looks like it's a set. All right. Leather shoulders, neck add-ons. Okay, so there's something else going on there. What's happening there? I need to see what I'm doing. Okay, so neck add-on. Okay, so it looks like he's got some shoulders and arms and a neck piece that goes with something. Is it the shirt? In which case, maybe the neck is just part of the shirt. I think that's going to be the answer. Top body. Okay, let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. Let's put that in there. It's neck add-ons we're not really using, chest add-ons. I think that's going to make more sense. You're not really going to have the neck on its own, and the shirt without the neck looks crap, so let's just have that as one piece. I'm not sure about the arms. Which these are actually, okay, so that's the neck piece there. What have they done there? Oh, it's the actual neck by the look of it. So it's the skin of the neck and the arms, but the arms are already going to be on there. Neck, arms, skin. We'll come back and figure that bit out, I think. Okay, so shoulders can be equipped. And the back, that looks like that's working fine now. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. Something's missing. Yeah, okay. So it looks like the way it's configured, the cloak and the shoulders and the chain go together, which I'd like to be able to equip them separately. I like the fact that you can equip the shoulders like that. But are you going to equip a cape without a chain? That doesn't look... maybe a little bit. Yeah, okay, might need a bit of work. Chest chain. question is, does the chain go with the shoulders? Probably does. Where it makes sense for it to go with the cloak. And of course you can get rid of it completely. You're left with a bit of a gap there, but it might be because there's a piece of armour or something missing. Maybe. And of course we've got the hood in there. So yeah, it's kind of working out how these pieces look on their own. Imagining that the player is accumulating these items potentially in any sort of random order. They're not necessarily going to find them in the order that you might naturally find them. You know, if you're walking around and you find a cape in a chest and you put the cape on its own, is it going to look all right on its own? At this point, no, it's not, and it's not going to look okay with that without that either. So it's definitely going to need some work, but that might be work for another day. Certainly looks okay once you start adding all the bits together. Okay. Alright, so that's fine. The chest is fine. The shoulders, they look good. The cloak looks fine when it's got the other pieces there. I don't like the fact it's hovering, but I think we're missing something somewhere. Two-sided shaders are working okay. Alright. Oh. So time to sort out that hood. So head swap hood. So this is where we would turn on the hood, turn off hair for cloak, turn on hair for hood, and that works fine. Yep, good. And of course the ears are going to be hidden because they're going to be human ears. They don't poke through like that. And we're not going to use the hood for elves. We're not going to use this one. Unused. Just notice it's got arm rings. What's the arm rings? What's happening there? Oh, I see. So it's like a bicep strap. Okay. I don't know why that's part of the hood. That doesn't make sense. Okay, but I could use the arm ring as a separate arm add-on. Arm ring E. Okay, move that one down. Okay, so you've got neck cloth. Neck cloth. Okay, let's get rid of. We don't want. Probably going to delete that eventually. Head swap. Okay, so we've got the hair for the hood. That's fine. And you know, I'm missing something here. I'm actually missing a structure that should be here under meshes. What I should be doing is putting the hair under customization here. So under meshes, customization, and then in there goes hairstyles. And that's actually where all the hair versions are going to go. Okay. So we've got the hood, and then we've got this neck cloth piece. And that is covering that gap between the body and the chain. But it means the chain might actually not make much sense it looks better like that than it does like that. That looks weird. Anyway, problem from the other day. So that I think is quite workable. All right. Hood. Let's just call that hood. I'm even thinking that neckcloth could even be a separate. Whether or not it would make us an ideal separate item. You know what I'm going to do is duplicate the hood. And have a hood. And a hood with a neckcloth. And get rid of that one. Ooh. So I've got two variations on a theme there. That's one variation, and that's the other with the cloth. What I might do is alter some of the shader characteristics on them to make them look different, which will be fairly easy with these shaders because they've got so much variety in them. But at least I've got two, I've sort of made two different versions of the same thing there. Alright, so let's leave that like that, and moving on, and then we've got these arm rings, which are they actually the same? Look the same to me. So arm ring E and arm ring are identical. Get rid of that. And I would have called that a bicep strap. Okay, which can be added on over the top of the arm at any time. Okay, gloves, which is a hand swap. So it's going to activate glove, left, glove, right, gloves. And by activating the gloves, it should be turning off the hands. So these hands should actually be out here. Create an empty parent and turn them off, and then they don't poke through the mesh. Okay, so let's fix up these other pieces here. Okay, so underneath the meshes we should have base, head base, it should be upper body. Feet at the bottom, underwear, bottom body, underwear. So they all look like their lower body. Lower body. Okay. Body separates is an empty. I can get rid of that. Beard is up there. Actually, that beard is actually part of the customization because you don't ever have to have them bearded. So he looks a bit like The Witcher, I suppose, without the beard. It allows for character customization, certainly. All right. So we've sorted out that. And we've just done the gloves, which actually cover part of the arms, but that's fine. And then the hands can go back on when the gloves are taken off. Okay, cool. Hands. All right. Okay, so let's give him some pants. And let's turn his legs off. Meshes. lower body. Turn the lower body off. There we go. So it's very dark. And we want it with this sort of material, I think. So we're going to take them. Make sure that it's got the right material, which it has. This is a white version. Okay. What that looks like. Okay, completely different material. Which means I could create a completely different mesh, put it in there as an optional swap, and have it as a different equipment item, potentially. I just want to go back to the original one, and I want to check that this actually has the right textures, which it looks like it does. We can make them dirty, but you can't see it because it's too dark. I need to, okay, so it's got a leather panel, and it looks like studded leather, or studded cloth or something. I need to make it pop a bit more. That's better. Doesn't take much. Okay. Okay. It looks okay, and it looks like the way the mask is done would allow some of these panels to be actually coloured. Yeah, there you go. Although you can't necessarily make it the same material as this, but that's okay. That's fine. Not necessarily looking to do that at this point. Okay, so that's more visible. His foot is cropping through his pants, but I think that's going to be fine because it's unlikely he's going to be wearing pants but not shoes. Okay, leg swap, and let's do the feet. Leather boots. Yeah, the boots going to go up over the top of the legs. That's fine. Leather boots. Probably don't need that container there. That's an empty. Don't need that. Leather boots. Okay, cool. And again, they're probably a little bit too dark for my liking. Can't really see them very well. Clothing shader. Whoa, okay, that's a little bit too. See, that looks a bit better with that clothing shader. I wonder if that's what I should be doing with these ones. That's better. Actually, it looks like leather now. Studded leather. That's what I should be doing. Okay. I wonder if that's going to work with these ones. Okay. Yeah, maybe that is the right thing to do here then. Two side shader. It looks a little bit too shiny, but I can fix that. Looks too glossy for my liking, but it is, the texture's coming through. So let's have a look at this. Two sides, roughness metallic. Nope, nope, nope. A little bit on that one. There's a bit of it there. Oh, there we go. That's better. Kind of see a little bit of the texture of it without it being massively shiny. So we're going to do the same thing here. So that's roughness boost 4, 4.45. Roughness boost 4.45. That's better. So it does look a bit sort of clothy looking. This one here needs to be the same, otherwise that's going to look weird. That's better. And maybe even that middle part. Yeah, okay. I like the fact that buttons and little filigraphy things now are starting to pop out a bit more and show up. And this has gone shiny, which is what I wanted. Okay, now the armband is too shiny, so that can be... That's okay. Gloves are too matte. It's better, a little bit too bright. A little bit too bright. Okay. That's very cool. Play with this stuff for hours. Okay, it's starting to look more like you can actually tell the type of material that's actually on this cloak. Like that now looks like studded leather. And this looks like, you know, sort of velvety cloth and leather panels, which is what it's supposed to look like. Is starting to look quite realistic now. I quite like that. And of course the colour schemes can be changed, which is fine. So I'm not worried about what colours thing are. I just want to sort of get the material looking the way it should be. So the boots now are... We can make them dirty, but the dirtiness is looking a bit... What's happening with that one? T, and that's getting it from the wrong model, so that makes sense. In my boots, it's the right material, right shader, wrong texture, clothing, armor, dirt. That should be that one. There we go. That's better. Okay, very much trial and error. Okay, so what else is left? The weapons, of course, and we've got... okay, so he's got these parts here, which look like they work fine. Quite like that sort of grey colour as well on the folds. It looks quite good, sort of studded leather or embossed. Alright, so that's all good. So that is a waist add-on. And the leather folds is a waist add-on. So they can be equipped separately. And the groin cloth can be separate. I don't know if that's the right name for that thing, but anyway, that's what I'm going to call it. I know what it means. Feet swaps, the pants. Clothing's is now an empty, which doesn't tell you anything. Get rid of that. And the belt is the last thing here, so let's move that up. So you can imagine sort of picking up that as an item with a 2D icon, in your inventory, but you might see it on the floor as, an item that looks like this, and you equip it, and it just goes over the top of the existing character. But of course, if you find that item and you equip it on a different character, it needs to render differently. In fact, it may not be equipable on the other characters. So there's a whole lot of item management stuff to go into this, as to whether or not these items are portable between characters, and do they have a different mesh and a different look. If you equip leather gloves on different characters, maybe they look different on different characters. Or to use blend shapes and things like that to modify the shape of the item as you equip it. All that sort of stuff to figure out. Alright, so we've got a belt and bags. Oh, it's a bag. What's that? What is that? And why does it disappear? That's not good. I don't like that happening. What's happening there? Okay, so it's got a level of detail that's actually, I think it's transforms wrong as well. Okay, so the transforms way off. Let's reset its transforms. Why is it all the way over there? That's better, I think. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so the ooh, yeah, that's better. Okay, so the belt is not quite right. It's using the other shader. It's got the right material. Switch it back to the original shader. There we go. And I think the textures are probably right. Yeah, it looks like it's for the most part right. Let's call that pouch. Pouch. Yeah, we don't need that one at all. Okay. So alright, so they can actually be equipped separately now. Independently. Because the pouch might look a bit weird without the belt, but what the hell, you know, I suppose it's feasible. Or maybe these two are joined so that they equip as one. Belt and belt with pouch. Maybe that's two different. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to duplicate them. And create parent, belt, pouch, ooh, pouch. Get rid of that one. And then we've got belt. Belt with pouch. Okay. So that's an option. And that's an option. That's an option, that's an option. Cool. So it's looking usable now. So the only major thing I want to work with is get rid of the ears. That's it's going to be at least taking the head mesh and messing around with the ears and sort of cutting them off, and then maybe pasting on the ears from one of the other human models in Blender. And given he has a lot of hair and the hood can be turned off like that, he may actually not need very much in the way of good looking ears, because you won't be able to see him because they've got the hair over the top, so it may not be a massive issue. Anyway, let's undo those few things. Alright, I think he's pretty much done for the moment. Hood, yeah, hood neck cloth, unused, we're not using that one. Head swap, back cloth, cloak. Shoulder strap, yeah, shoulders, chest add-ons, okay, arm, bicep, gloves, which we know we've got the hands for that. The waist, we've got a belt and a belt with a pouch. Legs, pants, and the feet, which we can turn off the feet. Don't need to render the feet if we're rendering the boots. So that's really optimization. And the weapons can go back in, I think. Those weapons don't look too bad. There's stuff I want to do with them. They've got some weird glowing effects here which I can turn off. So if I take the bow and take the emission off. I think that's probably... It's got an emission mask, but it hasn't got a panel map. So it's not going to animate like the other one. Like the female archer mage. But that's okay, we could do something here. So it does now. But I actually don't want that. I don't want that on there at all. I just want to keep this one as a plain thing. There we go. And the blue, the base colour, I'm not convinced on that base colour. It's okay, but it's not brilliant. I wonder if I can... Bow BC dirt. Make it dirty. Just even something a bit shinier. Dirt's looking, so the black areas don't look right. Ah, shader. That's where that was coming in. So it's, of course it's a magic bow. So there's still some black areas there that are not looking good. That might be dirt. Oh, I know why. It's because I changed the base colour. Bow, base colour, base colour. There we go. So that I think's how it's supposed to look. It's pretty shiny. Let's leave it. That's fine. We're worried about the weapons at the moment. There's so many weapons to configure in this game. It's not funny. And let's do the same with this one. Let's change this one to clothing shader 1. Yeah, that's better. Let's make it a little bit shinier. Oh, it is already pretty shiny. Metallic boots. Okay, so that one. Some very cool effects. Okay. I think that character is basically there. He's configured to the same level as the other ones that are in the pack, so I think he's done. As much naming. I'll rename those, keep them consistent. Berserker S2. Mage. Okay, time to commit to source control and take a break, I think. Save. Save. Source control. Source control. Refresh. Revert unchanged and commit. Okay, so it's Berserker. S2 Mage and Untitled Salsa, I think it is. Mage and Archer. Okay, so while that's doing that, I am going to take a break. I will be back soon, probably in the next 10 minutes. All right, back again now. So it's starting to build up a few characters here. Just a few. I'm I'm actually going to start turning some of these off so that the rendering just speeds up a bit. We don't really need the Malva's horse in there at the moment. Okay, time to bring in the next one. Next one in the list is the Necromancer. Ghost Lady S3, I think it's called. And oop, don't want to put it in that folder. I'll put it in that folder. Okay. So the Ghost Lady S3 Necromancer is another one of these Quang Fan characters, and I really like the characters that Quang Fan comes up with. They're really well modelled. The equipment set, the clothing is all separate from the body. It can be attached and detached from the character very easily, which is going to work really well with Blink RPG Builder, because when you attach the clothing through inventory items, you need to be able to render that and turn it on and off easily. And so it's going to work really well with Blink. From the testing I've been doing, it works really well. And all the characters in his set are pretty much constructed in the same sort of way. Obviously, some of them have got more equipment pieces than others. But I'm not too worried about that because I'm going to be adding my own equipment over the top as well. But I really like the models that he's come up with. They're very detailed, very well rigged. They've got the mouth armature in the head ready for voice control through a product called Salsa. So one of my other characters here has already been rigged up with Salsa, and this is basically going to control the jawbone and the mouth shapes for voice dialogue. So basically I'm just bringing all these characters in now and getting them all sorted, ready to go. Now, where did she go? She's there. Same story as before. I've got a couple of errors here because I've got a duplicated DLL file, which I'm going to get rid of. The scripts that I've just brought in with this one, I'm going to get rid of that scripts folder. This will force it to recompile, and it will get rid of those two errors. I'm using a product here called Compiling Indicator on the Unity Asset Store. Very, very useful having that there. If you've got a lot of things going, certainly if you're doing a lot of code, it's useful to be able to see what's taking the time when you're compiling. And I've got another tool which actually is called, let me take a quick look here, compiling Mad Compile Time Optimizer by Mad Pixel Machine, and that will allow you to turn off certain folders and objects so that you don't have to recompile them constantly. So if your compile times are going crazy, you can use the compiling indicator to figure out which aspects were taken up all the time and then optimize the compilation, so you don't need to be recompiling things that aren't changing. So I'm not using that very much at the moment because I've not got a lot of code in this particular project at the moment, but I do in my other one that I'm merging these into. Okay, so that's got rid of the two errors, so I can clear that. That's all good. Ghost Lady S3, so this is the Necromancer, and prefabs characters, and looks like she's got horns as well, which is interesting. Okay, the horns are separate. I'm not sure the horns fit into the Zarktor's realm. Actually, it may do. It may do. There's a long hair mesh as well. and then the character play. So it's sort of a demon looking thing, which is why the horns are separate from the body. So you can actually turn the horns off, which means you've got a normal in quotes looking character. So I quite like this as potentially an NPC succubus sort of character, which fits in with Zarktor's realm, having some of the enemies are a little bit ghostly and demon-like. And so this probably isn't going to be a player character, but I want to bring it in as if it is, because potentially it might be. I don't know. I'll see through playtesting. Anyway, let's bring this character in and try and get it configured in a similar way to these other ones. And in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be going through all of these and converting them back into prefabs. But I'm going to be adding in the Salsa Lipsync, the RPG Builder components here, as well as wiring them up to Melba's horse riding, so that basically from a character creation point of view, you can pick one of these characters to play as, and then effectively do horse riding, fire weapons, sword fighting or whatever, fire with a bow, either standing or when horse riding, but also start using the Malbas for voiceover dialogue lines, and also getting ready to take out the third-person controller scripts here that are currently the RPG Builder ones, and this one, and replace them with Invector, which is a third-person controller that I'm using in my other project. So yeah, it's gradually sort of integrating things together, and the reason for bringing all these characters together in the same project is to be able to apply the same routines to all of them and look for areas where I might be able to merge some of these into the same prefab and just use different meshes for the different characters rather than having whole different prefabs for them. Anyway, one step at a time. Okay, so this is the prefix for this is SK GLS3, so Ghost Lady 3. I'll bring her in. Did I bring her in before? No, I don't think I did. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so I'll take this dude, which I've just been working on, and I'm going to take his transform position, apply that to her, and move her over 15.5. Give it a bit of space. Alright, let's get rid of the broken scripts that we don't need anymore. A lot of these scripts will probably go away anyway. A lot of these additional components may not necessarily be there in the game. So, alright. So apart from this sort of glowing effect there, which may or may not be required, I think a lot of the... Yeah, okay, so there's a few things to fix up. There are definitely a few things, but it hasn't come in completely pink, which means the shaders are compatible. Its double-sided shader is already there because obviously you can see the cloth at the back there works both sides. The hair is a bit messed up, and I know why. It's using the material for the hair is actually coming from a different model. It's coming from the female knight, which it shouldn't be. So that I might fix that up first. And it looks like, yeah, if I right click here, it looks like it's actually doing an animation pan across the skin, which is quite an interesting effect. I may or may not use that, but yeah, it's an interesting thing. There's got some glow effects here. It's got some feathers on this thing. There's not a lot of equipment on this character to work with that I know of. But we will take... there's a blind cloth, so obviously you can put a blind over it. It's a bit like Illidan in World of Warcraft. And we've got the same sort of issue as before, where there's like a hair cap. There's a piece of hair on top of the head, which is designed to sort of cover the scalp so that when you're looking from a distance, you actually don't see the scalp, you just see darkness. But I think that's going to be a combination of the shaders on the hair, using the right hair, the right textures, the right materials, and then fixing up that cap that's on the head. Anyway, so first things first is to convert this from a prefab back to a normal object in this scene, and put it at the bottom here. Player, female, and what do we call it? Necromancer character for the moment, till we know what our role will be. All right, so again, sorry if I've been over this before, if you've watched this before, but basically I need to create the same structures under all these characters so that Blink's RPG Builder is going to be attached to the right objects in the right hierarchies here. So I'm going to create these 3 empty parents and then move things into them. I'm using the British spelling of armour, just because I'm originally British. Live in Australia now. All right. The root is actually the armature, and you can see the hair is actually part of that. So the hair is actually embedded in here, not in the meshes, which is, it could potentially cause some problems later on. But anyway, I'm going to leave that there for the moment. That goes into the armature parent, but it needs to go into another container called armature. Okay, let's just have a quick explore of what's in there. So we've got the pelvis, we've got the inverse kinematics for the hands and the feet, which are important. Spine. It looks like the breasts are actually rigged for animation. That could be a problem on some consoles that don't allow breasts to be animated, believe it or not. Neck, it's got a torso chain. Where's the torso chain? Okay, that thing. So that's got its own animation. Okay, maybe that's going to move around by itself. So it's interesting that some of the meshes are actually embedded in the armatures here. They may need to be taken out and relinked somehow. And then we've got the neck. The important thing is the neck, head, face. Okay, so it's got that string, it's got the horns as part of that. Okay, so maybe they're going to animate and be rigged separate. Presumably this thing here is going to swing when she moves. Okay, the horn root, the horn rope. Yep, okay. And there you go. So there's the actual rigging for the chain on the horn. So that's how that's going to work. So if I delete all of that, then that isn't going to animate. That's going to stay there permanently stuck down like that. So I want to leave that intact, even though I may not actually necessarily use the horns. I want to have the capability of using it if I want to. So the face root, the important thing here is the face root has a mouth rigged, which means if I zoom in and I do she can kind of talk, so she may be able to have a talking part in the game to be able to say some dialogue. I need to fix up the teeth. I think the mouth is not, certainly the whilst the materials might be right, certainly the blend shapes and everything there are not right. Needs a bit of work, but at least the model has been rigged. And of course you've got all of these through the cheeks. All of that are going to be involved in animating voiceover with Salsa. So there's a lot of setup there to be done and testing. But the good thing is with all of these models being done by the same artist, they're all set up in the same way, which means the adaptation of Salsa on them is likely to be pretty similar. So that's good. So that's an important part if you're getting models off the asset store or for anywhere else, that if you're trying to do voiceover dialogue and you don't have the rigging beyond the head to the mouth or to the eyes, then you're going to have trouble doing voiceover dialogue unless they're wearing some sort of helmet or something. All right, so that's all okay. I'm not going to move those meshes out of there at this point. I want to test that that actually still keeps it intact. I'm going to say the blind cloth is a piece of armor. It's a piece of an armor here I'm using for wearables, equipables, all those sorts of things. Body separates is actually part of the meshes. The bones, I think, are actually, I think that's armor. Boots is armor. Coat is armor. Gauntlets is armor. Head base is definitely meshes. Pants is armor. She doesn't have a weapon by the look of it. There's no prefab. Maybe she just uses magic. So, okay. So it's all fine. So the kind of structure's fine. Save. And let's fix up this hair. This hair is bothering me. We need to fix up the scalp first. Let's get rid of the horns for the moment. And I'll do that by actually hiding the armature completely. No, we can't do that because the hair's there. So I do need to get in there to the hair. Okay, so there's different aspects here. We've got braiding the back, which can be an optional thing in terms of style. So yada yada yada. Okay, so first things first, I think what we want to do is get to hair 0. That's the scalp cap. So that's that coloured shader I talked about, which if it's in place and it's configured well, you won't even notice it's there. It certainly gets rid of that issue that you're seeing on this side. So what we need to do is make sure that that item has the right materials, and FS2 is actually in a complete, it's in the Furry S2 model, so it's actually coming from a different model. So I'm going to go to materials in this folder, characters, hairs, and I should have bound that there, and hair 0 is the, that's right. Okay, it doesn't look right now, but it will be. And hair shade, it's got the right shader on it. And then we want to go to the textures, characters, bodies, hair, and now we're looking for hair 0 alpha and hair 0 BC, which should be, actually that's not right, hair shader. Let's try the other hair shader, V2. No, that one's not right. The right shader with the right textures now. Hairs, right, hair 0 background color, base color. Hair 0 alpha. That's better. It's already looking better. And what else we got? Hair 0 normal. So it's actually got some normals there as well, which we'll go into. It might be the root actually. Dye mask. Quite sure what we're going to use those for. Okay, so it's having an effect. If we hide the other parts of the hair, then you can see the effect it's having, and you can still see the scalp through it, so we can actually fix that by changing the opacity and bringing that down to a small value, and then bringing up the dither to kind of fill it in. And you wouldn't see it like this unless you've got a character walking around without any hair. But if I now turn this hair back on, you can see that fixes it. Like it's not a problem now. It actually looks really good. Even though I think this hair is actually still coming from the wrong model. So let's take all of that out. So let's do the braid afterwards. Let's do hair front first. Hair in front. Hair out front. Okay, so that's all the front stuff. So if you had a hat on or whatever, then that would be coming out. And then you've got the hair out back. Put the braids at the bottom. We'll come back to the braids. And so it's not too bad. Let's start with this one. So, are we getting the right materials? So that's the first thing to check. Yes, it's coming from Ghost Lady S3. Hairs. Hair 0, no, that's not right. That should be hairs. Okay, that's a bit of a mess. Hang on. I've got it locked, that's why. That actually is. That's right. Body hair. Okay, so yes. Start again. I was looking at this, I had this locked on the scalp cap, which is why it was hair 0. So if I now go to hair out front, which is this bit here, lock that. It is getting that from FK body hair, which is actually in this female knight character that we keep on coming back to. So I want to switch the material to there's actually got 3 there, so you've got different blend colours, so there's possibly a bit of experimentation here. Okay, so the black hair sort of works quite well, and we've got URP shader version 3, so it's got more features in the version 3 than the version 2 one. I will actually just see if it makes a huge amount of difference. URP1, so you can get that sort of look, which is a bit more sort of cartoony, but that's just to do with the way the shader is set up at the moment. I'm going to move it back to the 3. I'm going for realism more than anything at the moment. And let's have a look at the textures that are associated with it. Okay, and the textures on this one, this material, are actually not right. They're actually coming from another model, so I'm going to have to remap those textures. It's a bit laborious, but I don't mind doing it because I learn how to configure the character and what capabilities it has, how the shader works, you know, what are the potential things I could do with it in the game, like how this blue and red shading is happening through the shader. Is quite interesting how the animation works, which I think is actually okay, so it's this emissive panna map. It's using that map and the speed of it, the tiling, to scale and do this animation with these colours, which I can change the colours for, or turn it off completely so it looks more human. So potentially I can take a demon looking character and turn them back into a human, which is pretty amazing. So back to the hair out. Right, so we have, the hair looks very thin, but it is finishing down here. You can see that's got a square edge there, but it is finishing with the hairs actually finishing on their own, not with a big block. So it is doing the thinning correctly. So I would suggest that we just increase the roughness. No, not the roughness. Not that one. Yes, that. Okay. Could be the MIP bias. That's it there. So you can see when that's maxed out 5, you get that effect. Very sort of cartoon looking, but if you bring it off from 5 or 10 or whatever, it sort of starts to thin it out. You get more a wispy looking. So it's about getting these values right. -1. And I think because we've got multiple layers of hair, it's not going to be too much of a problem. Brightness. Okay, so we bring it some colour in it. That's pretty cool. Do the boost is maxed out, and opacity boots is going to be, that's just a boost. I think we're going to do that at the very small value. There we go. Okay, looks like it's got Christmas lights going on. Which could get annoying after a while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if, yeah, it looks like they've got a skin there that you can put in there that probably gets rid of that. Oh, okay, she's good. Ah, didn't realise that one was in there. Okay, body skin, head skin. Okay, so it's attached to the shader. I'd need to zero them out like so. And then the body skin will do the same thing. So I'm basically just getting rid of the emissive power of the shader. So whilst some of the the clothing still has emissive power, the skin doesn't anymore, so it gets rid of that. Still got a bit of a glow effect going on there from somewhere. But anyway, it's looking a little bit more sort of human now. Hair's still not looking that good, but I think it's only because I've got one layer going. So we've got the hair out. Oh, okay, she's got. Okay, let's get rid of the blind cloth. Oh, that's two of those. Okay, so she's got all these lines through her skin, which must be coming from the skin base color or from, possibly from skin pores. No, not that one. It'll be from, yeah, okay. So you can see in the original texture map here that it's actually been drawn in over the base mesh. So if I wanted to, if there wasn't an existing one in there without those lines, I would need to take this into Photoshop and do a repair on these lines to try and get rid of them, or pick a different face. I'm hoping that there is actually one without this. There's the one with the skull on it. And I don't think there is actually, so I think I may have to. I don't know that the body does, I think it's just the head. The neck might have it. No, the neck's got it as well. So potentially this could be a Photoshop job to get rid of that. If I wanted to create a human character, of course, take all that off. Take the horns out. Put the hair back in. You've got a human character there, but the stuff that's going on with the veins would need to be photoshopped out by the look of it, because there isn't a head in here without that. Having said that, the face looks familiar, and I think it may in fact be the same underlying texture as some of the other models, which I might be able to borrow. So maybe that, you know, start off with a character that doesn't have it and they get corrupted halfway through the game, and then all the stuff starts to develop, and then all sorts of strange things start to happen with the skin, just simply through applying textures on the shader and emissions and those sorts of things. Anyway, so let's work on fixing up the rest of this hair. So we've got the scalp cap, we've got hair, where is it? This one. So that's good. Oh, we've got the hair in, so that's not looking too bad. Okay, so it's actually finishing it properly. Yep. And that's actually getting it from the wrong material though. So it's a common problem that I'm having with these characters. It's not much of a problem. It's probably my fault for the way I've imported them. Hairs. I wonder what this blend colour does. Ah, okay. Oh, that's funky. Okay, blend colour 1. So grey, I quite like the purple actually. That's cool. Very cool. Alright, let's go with that. F, so there's a bit at the front. And that is getting it from the wrong material. So again, if I do blend colour or black. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a cool effect. Alright. So that's the front. And then we've got the back. Now, that's again getting it from the wrong model. So I'm going to do that. And the braid, I'm going to do blend colour. Let's just put them all the same to start with. Braid. Hairs. Hairs. Okay. Hair out front. Let's just check that these are all correct. Okay, so I think no, it's this one. It's the inside wants to be the purple colour. There we go. Yeah, because I always change the colours, but at least I know which layers are actually doing what now. Quite cool. And with that hair, you actually don't necessarily see these sort of vein corruption things, lines going, that you do when the face is exposed. So it might not be so much of an issue. All right. These are eyebrows. They actually aren't doing anything. Not doing anything at all at the moment. Probably eyebrows. Eyelashes, right. Yeah, something going wrong with the eyelashes. Let's get the hair out of the way. Okay, so nothing's happening there. And I suspect, oh, there we go. Let's just get rid of the front bit. That's better. So that's probably a little bit too full. Just want a little bit of control over it. I wonder if that would look better with the blend colour over the top. Yeah, that maybe even looks better when it's all done the same. Probably should have considered that to start with. Okay, let's start with that. I can always do more. Always do more with that. Does suggest that the underlying hair, scalp cap, might need that colour too. Oh no, is dyed. I think that's how you do it. Okay, so that should now work with red hair. Cool. All right. Eyebrows are done. Get rid of that hair. Let's do the eyelashes. Eyelashes are looking very broken up with the mascara. That is not right, and I know why, because it's using the wrong material. Again, common theme here. Eyelashes. That one there, that's better. Better already. And obviously you can change how thick the mascara is, or go completely blocked, which doesn't look right. 0.01. Okay, now the eyes are looking okay, but they're actually taken from another model, so I'm going to fix that as well by putting the materials back in. That the materials should be there. So that's the original eyes that came with the Quangfan model. And then what I'm going to be doing is switching out the shader for eye advanced by, oh, that looks cool, even by that. Very cool. Even that looks cool. All right, so eye advanced. Okay, so this, we know the sclera is wrong. It's not the right sclera. It should be coming from eye advanced textures. Need to pin that. Okay, the diff sclera is this one, and the iris, and the mask, iris texture, sclera, iris normals, pupil, cornea, sclera, that. Okay, iris color. I think I did that back to white. There we go.
Whoa. Whoa. Love you.
You too.
You okay? You're very quiet.
I'm streaming. All right. Now, so there's something called eye tier here, which actually doesn't look quite right. It shouldn't. It's not too bad. Is it getting it? No, it's not even using the right material to start with. That should be that one. Ooh, that's not right. That is not right at all. Okay. Ah, it's because I had the thing locked. Okay, try that again. So eye tier, and it's getting it from, again, the wrong model. So I'm going to get that material there. That's better. It's using the right shader, and the materials are coming from the wrong one. So I really want to wire these up. Now I suppose when these characters are all merged into the same game, then there might be some optimization of shaders and materials and draw calls and all those sort of things. But for the moment, I just want to have them not affect each other so that I can tailor one character and not break one of the other ones. I do with optimization when I get into some testing on different platforms. So now that is the normal map. That's the flakes. So that is textures, eyes, flakes. That's that one, and the cube map is that one. Cool. Don't really know what that tier thing is supposed to do, but anyway, I think it adds a bit of shading to the bottom of the eye. All right, so the eyes are now okay. We're changing the pupil size to probably 4. Dilating the pupils a bit halfway. And we need the sclera to be brought out a little bit, just to give it more realism. And here's where you can actually see the effect of that eye advanced shader. You can see what it's doing there. It's creating a very neat effect, which you wouldn't really notice unless you're up close. And I am intending to do some cutscenes with dialogue lines that would have fairly close up, you know, maybe this sort of size in the frame. And so, you know, little things do matter, particularly when there's movement involved. It just creates like a wow realism to it, and I really like that. So anyway, that's why I'm using that particular shader. iAdvanced, I should give a little shout out to who created that one. Character iAdvanced. So that's Taneku Digital. And so the other product that I'm going to be using is Tori Nabe's realistic eye movements. I haven't wired that into this one yet, but that'll do the saccades when the eyes are darting around in dialogue lines. When people are talking to one another, they're not just staring dead ahead, they're blinking, their eyes are looking around, sometimes they're looking at each other. And that particular package, realistic eye movements, handles that. Salsa does it as well to some degree with the Lipsync. It actually animates the eyes and animates the head movement for dialogue lines, but I'm sort of using a blend of those. So I've been sort of working on some proof of concept prototype projects just to sort of experiment with what it can do, and I'm now starting to apply them to these characters and then bring in the dialogue lines, write the dialogue, and then get the dialogue re-recorded by voice actors once all the dialogue's actually written. For the moment, it's just placeholders. So that's starting to look not too shabby. The mouth now, the mouth, teeth. This is where it's going to get a bit ugly because I'm going to hide the face. So sorry about that. So there's the mouth. Now let's just check. No, it's getting the teeth from a different model, so I need to fix that. So materials, teeth, MI teeth, and it is using should be a skin shader, I think. Actually, the skin shader might be too bright. It might actually be the clothes shader that actually gives a more realistic look to this. I really should experiment with that. Yeah, I actually think the clothing shader might be the answer. All right, it's going to come down the textures anyway. So ambient occlusion on the base color, the mask, the normals, roughness. I think the mask is used as a metallic as well. Yeah, see, it's certainly not quite as bright as the skin shader, so I might experiment with that. Anyway, let's put the face back on. It's a bit scary having it without that. Alright, so the next thing I like to look at is go back to the armature, go back to the face root, to the mouth, and just check that with the jaw moving that the colour looks right, at least. The teeth are very bright, which can be a problem with models when they're talking. It just the mouth's too bright. And again, all of these pieces here are all going to be used to shape the mouth when they're doing the voice lines. So I'm not going to do that right now. It's quite a bit involved in that. But it is there at least to be done. So I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Yeah, it does look pretty cool. Still got to fix up. So I've done the hair. The horns are... the horns are okay. They're a bit shiny there. Yeah, they kind of look realistic, I suppose. If anyone did have horns, that's what they'd look like. The clothes I've got to work through, the feathers and all this sort of lighting through the body there. And that's looking okay. Like studded leather, that's fine. Got the shininess there, so that's kind of looking as it should. And then up here we've got the blind cloth, which Looks fine. I've got the bone things happening on the back, which I think is like armor. So yeah, I think it's not much more really I need to do with it. I think a lot of these characters, they're pretty good out of the box, but because I'm wiring it up with RPG Builder, I want to be able to have the equipment and clothing separate to the point where I can equip those items, particularly if this is a player character who can go and collect these items and equip them. So I actually I don't think she's actually got feet without boots. That could be a problem. So she's always going to have boots because there's no feet. That's unusual. That's going to be the first time I've come across one of them. Necklace. I don't see feet in there anywhere. This is body separates. Ah, there they are. There they are. Okay, so that's good. Good. Alright, so the character, if it is a player character, maybe she's not a demon. Maybe she's human. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of the rope. So if she's a human and she's just a necromancer, as you are, you know, she might start off with a distinct lack of equipment and have to collect it through the game, which means potentially the boots are not going to be there to start with. So RPG Builder is going to start with the base mesh, which is this body separates thing up here. Meshes. And let me just get rid of the armature for a moment. And I'm going to create these structures as I've done before. So under meshes I've got the head base, which is basically the skin of the face. I've got upper body, so I need to create these upper body. Create another one, lower body. And hands and feet. Okay, so top body, so it's going to go in upper body, hands, feet, bottom body, lower body, bikini top, bikini bottoms. Right, put that on, put that on, even though you don't necessarily see it. Okay, and then we've got the hands left and right, which by the look of it they're always going to be there because I don't think she's got, turn the feet off now, I don't think she's got gloves. I think she's got those little nail things, whatever they are. So the hands are always going to be enabled. The feet will get hidden like they are now when they equip the boots. So you're walking around, where are the boots gone? Boots. Yeah, you'd be walking around, you find a pair of boots, put them in your inventory, you equip them, and RPG Builder is going to display that mesh and hide that mesh, and then you're walking around with the boots, and of course that item is then going to improve your stats in some way, like armor class or something, I don't know. So that's effectively how RPG Builder is going to work. So fundamentally what I'm doing tonight is bringing all these characters in, restructuring the both the armature, which is for the animation of the rig, and the meshes, basically separating out the body part of the mesh and the armor or equipped parts, and getting them ready so they actually start to look like this one up here. This is a pretty finished RPG Builder character that can walk around and equip all of these different combinations. Let me just jump over, I'll show you this one here. So this character here has all these different types of equipped plate. So you might find a right heavy pauldron and you haven't got the left one. So you can actually equip these individually, or you might have a different one on each side. like that. So I quite like the fact that there's a pair of them there, but they can be equipped separately. And the bevel, which sort of protects the neck, that's separate. The cape is separate. I'll show you some variations here. So we've got that cape. We've got a cape with a bevel, which is the sort of bit around the neck. We've got a fancy one, shoulder fur, some leather, and a cloth cape, which actually isn't working properly because that's a single-sided shader, so that actually needs fixing up. Clothing shader, FK, cloak. Okay, that actually should be double-sided. Two sides, that's better. And that one's fine. Yeah, so there's a large version and a small version. That's the smaller version, which is okay. Yeah, so kind of the idea is to create this character in a way that the different parts of the mesh can be turned on and off to create these equipped and unequipped items, and have RPG Builder do this swapping for you. You've got to tell it which items to switch in and out, but it's basically handling that. And a sort of thing here, like the legs are obviously poking through the trousers, the pants. So it needs to know in RPG Builder that you want to replace this part of the body mesh with a leg slot. Where are we? Legs swap for fancy pants, or I might do leather pants, or short stockings, or shorts, whatever. So that's basically RPG Builder's way of handling it, is to switch these meshes on and off. Pretty cool stuff. So anyway, that's the plan with all of these characters here. Quite a few of them now. I've been working on the last couple of days. Let's just take the isometric view off. There we go. So these are all developed by Quang Fan, and very impressed with how some of them have turned out. I just love the shaders on these. So much control over the presentation of the material. So you can take something that looks like, polished steel or polished chrome, and you can do a couple of tweaks to it and make it look like rusty copper or whatever. Leather just looks really quite realistic. So anyway, back to this one. That's the one I'm working on. So at least you know the background to why I'm trying to set them up this way, is so that when I plug in the RPG Builder components and actually start mapping the appearance scripts here, the body renderer parts here, that they actually know which body parts to turn on and off in order to render them correctly. And then obviously in the game it's tied into which items you pick up and put in your inventory and then equip. This is kind of this underpins everything, so you got to get this right to start with. Alright, so I don't know that this character is going to have a huge amount of equipment. There's obviously a few items that can be turned on and off, but there's not a lot. There's some shoulder pads maybe that can go on and off. I think she's basically using magic, necromancy magic. So what else do I need to do with this one? It's probably just tidy up these structures here. I am going to create, so I've got the structures here for this. Body separates, that's an empty, don't need that anymore. It should be eyelashes. We take off the blind cloth for the moment. Okay, go back to isometric view, it's a bit easier to work with. Alright. I think that's mostly okay. Eyelashes, eyes, head, teeth. Okay, so that's all done. Upper body, we've got the top body, we've got the bikini top, lower body. So effectively all of this stuff here is how your character starts out, the beginning. I think it should be safe to turn off some of them. clothing parts. Boots, coat. Yes, okay, she's clothed. Okay. So, and then they've got they are gauntlets, but they're not covering the whole hand, so you still need to render the hand underneath. So that could be like a starting position. Actually, no, don't need that. That could be like the starting position of the character, and then as you accumulate items, you're equipping maybe even parts of this. These might be multiple items here, or potentially joined together, you know. So that's kind of what I'm working at here, is what looks good as separate pieces that would actually become inventory items or equipment items, and put them in the right structures and the right hierarchy so that I can then wire it up with RPG Builder. So let's create the next part, which actually is, yeah, I should put the hair inside the customization folder. That's important. So under meshes, I think it's under meshes, armature parent. Actually, I think the hair is all wired into the armature. And so is the horns, and so is the chain. So I'll have to deal with that another time. Okay. I'm going to come back to jumping around all over the place here, sorry. Alright, come back to the armor, and I'm going to use this character next door to just create the same structure for these slots as we have here. So I want to create a head swap. A blind cloth's going to go in there. So effectively means when you put the blind cloth on, you don't need to render the eyes, or possibly even the eye. You know, it might turn off a number of aspects of the underlying mesh. Doesn't need to draw it. It's a waste of resources to have it even activated. So, all right. So that's the head swap. We need to create these other parts now. So let's go with. They should all be closed. Close all those up. What do we got? Back add-ons. And these are just my naming conventions for what I've come up with in playing with RPG Builder. Having some items that are swap, you know, you swap the underlying mesh for the new mesh, and other ones which add on in terms of going over the top. So, you know, the feathers here are over the top of the other clothing. So it's not swapping anything, it's just adding over the top. And that sort of helps me figure out, looking at the hierarchy, whether things are you're going to have a lot of objects rendering, or whether or not you're actually going to be replacing some objects with other ones. Okay, so back add-ons. We want neck add-ons. Neck add-ons. Ooh. I think it's probably the last one I'm going to get to tonight. And then I'll be doing this later in the week, I think. Neck add-ons. Shoulder. I'm going to do shoulder add-ons rather than shoulder swaps for that. No, chest add-ons, which is normally armor in the traditional sense of the word. With these characters, they're starting out looking like this, but I've got lots of other armor pieces to be brought in and added to these meshes, which will then effectively take this character that looks like this and make them into something completely different, which is quite exciting to get into that. Okay, so hand swaps, create empty, waste, add-ons. No, I don't want to do that. Create an empty leg. swaps. I really need to create a template for this stuff. Leg swaps, feet swaps. And I don't think she's got any weapons, but I'm going to create the slot for it anyway. Weapons, because she uses magic. So, all right. Okay, back. And I'm just going to flatten the structure here, and I'll reorganize it. Okay, just put it in the same order again. So back, neck, shoulder, chest, hands, waist, legs, feet, weapons. Right, so now the structure's there, I can start putting stuff where they belong. So this gauntlet thing is interesting because it's the first time I'm doing a gauntlet that really isn't a gauntlet in the traditional sense. So it's nails, and it's this strap thing, and it's this thing on the wrist, which could potentially be a different item. You know, this thing could be done, could be a different item altogether, which I think is pretty cool. So I'm going to move that into hand swaps and then make that an add-on, and add-ons, because we don't want to swap the hand and get rid of the hand. We wouldn't want to do that necessarily. It's pretty cool, but no. And I'm going to leave that like that. Boots are feet swaps because we don't want to render the feet when we're rendering the boots, so it's actually going to be a swap. We would turn off the feet. It's very interesting to note. I think I said this yesterday when I was streaming. The feet, when you are you haven't got the boots on, are flat, obviously. But I think without a ground level, I think I'm actually hovering. And when you've got the boots on, you can see the boots actually go further down than the feet. So I'm wondering if I will need to do some adjustment in the height of the character above ground, just to have them not hover when they're barefoot. Something to think about. It's something that can be easily overlooked, and then someone might notice it when you're playing the game. It's just like, looks bad. Anyway, something to be aware of as you're sort of assessing the models and seeing what's workable. We've got the legs here, so the pant body B. That looks like that's the middle part of the body. Okay. Bones. Okay, so we're going to move these pieces out. Pant main. Okay, so that's, they are lower body, so that's going to be leg swaps. They are side panels that are going to be on the waist. Waist add-ons, they can be separate, unrelated. Then we've got the belts, which can be unrelated. That's waist. And we've got the floral patterns there, which are just an add-on. And then we've got the bottom of the body, which is actually probably going to be part of this. Yeah, so okay, so there's a reason that that part is there. But if you have the bottom body and you turn the legs off, you need that piece. That's why. So that really does have to go with the pants, which means these two need to be joined into a parent called pants. So if the bottom body's on, you turn the pants off, it's good. Turn that off. Turn the lower body off. That's how it should be. So the underwear disappears as well because you've got the pants over the top. And you're not losing anything, and it's all continuous. So that's good. That's, I think, the way it's designed to be. Okay, so the feet look kind of good. These add-ons look like they're all individually workable. That's good. And the feet swaps, the boots are okay. Boot lock and boot main. Okay. So I'm going to do something here that there's probably different ways to do this, but I'm going to duplicate that. And I'm going to have boots. What are they? Are they leather? I don't know. And then you've got the locks. What the locks are. Ah, okay. So it's the straps. Does it really need one without the straps? Let's make a different set of boots just to go through the exercise. So we've got one pair of boots that are like that, and then we've got another pair of boots here which will create an empty, nope, create a parent, and that'll be boots with straps. So you would equip one or the other, and there might be two different items, and the reason I'm separating them here is to remind myself when I'm building this out that there are actually multiple item types here. And what I might do is take this one, for example, create a different, duplicate the material here, duplicate boots 2, and we'll give the boots 2. So it looks the same at the moment, but I can then, because it's a different material on a different mesh with a different set of straps here, so I'm looking at this one, I can now make them look very different. Give them a different blend colour, maybe they're red or something. Make them a little bit funky. Alright, so two very different looking sets of boots, which I think really does allow a lot of customization to take place. Oh, you saw it just a couple of seconds to fiddle with that. Don't necessarily have to use it, but I've got it there if I want to. So yeah, I might do a bit of fiddling with the colour. I might make it more this sort of brown colour on here. I think the pants have actually got the brown actually is a different material, so you can see the leather texture here and the leather texture here are different. They've got different normal textures. So if we look at the shader on that here, the mask is actually telling it which parts can be recolored and materials can be done differently. So let's just see if we can get something happening here. Roughness boost. There you go. So you can see I'm playing with roughness boost 1 that it's only affecting the underlying texture and it's not affecting the brown part, because that mask is telling the shader to only affect boost 1 on probably like the green area or the red area of this mask. So it's very powerful, but it then also allows me to change the color of the brown, for example, if I wanted to match the boots, which I think would be pretty cool. So if I did that and then I said here, oh, and it's got dirt on it, so you can get dirty, muddy or whatever. So if I wanted to create a red there, say red pants, or I could do it on this one. Bit of experimentation here. Okay, that's the little buttons here that kind of glow. Alright. And this one, that's those bits. Okay. There we go. That's what I'm after. Okay, so I could make that more blue even. Make the pants it's more, yeah, it's Spider-Man type colours. Wouldn't take much to sort of fiddle with that and get that actually looking really good. So yeah, it's kind of like a wet look leather, red leather thing. I think it's really cool. And to have that set of pants as a different set of pants to the other pants, and a different set of boots, you know, maybe it's an equipment set that actually goes together, and when you get all those items equipped together, you're getting a different bonus on it, you know. So I think it's be quite straightforward to have that sort of capability. All right, so we want to put on, we get the florals, that is on at the moment, and we've turned off something. We've turned off something in the meshes. This lower body part here, that's fine because it's the bikini. We've turned off the feet because we don't need that because we've got the boots. We need the hands. I was going to do these little things here as a separate add-on, so let's do that. So we've got the gauntlets. Are they gauntlets? They're really not gauntlets. I reckon they're a glove. They're a glove of some sort. Gloves. Hand cloth. Don't know what the hand cloth is. Oh, okay, so that's the straps. Okay, so let's just call that straps. Strap left. Strap right. I need these to be meaningful for me because otherwise I'm going to forget what G-bone L is. It looks very dark, which I think is a shader issue here. It's too dark for my liking. I want it to be a bit more visible. This is shiny. Metallic boost. Okay, so it is a bone thing. Yeah, okay, so it is a bone. Okay, didn't realise that texture was actually there. Being a necromancer, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so again, it could create two variations of this this set. Separate them from the glove. Create an empty. I mean, there can be separate items as well, but I can create them as a set. Bone, what are they? It's not really a gauntlet. It is a, what is it? Hands. Vambrace. I'll call them a Vambrace. Bone. Vambrace. Vambraces. And then I like to do Vambrace left. Bone Vambrace right. Alright, so that kind of looks like it's actually made of real bone, which I think for me it makes it actually starts to make it look a little bit more like a necromancer. Might actually be using real bone. And then this thing at the back here, obviously that's separate too. Now that obviously has some magic on it because it's doing this yellow glow, but I do think that it should also have a variant that is just bone coloured so that it really reminisces of real bone. So I'm going to create, and then you've got shoulder skulls here, which is separate. So they actually, okay, I think these need to be moved. This is a shoulder add-on. That, I say, is a back add-on. And the bones can go away. Don't need that. Alright. Okay, so we've got that one. So spine bones. Oh, yep, that's fine. Okay, so spine, bones, magic. You can tell where I'm going with this. Spine, bones, real. magic. Okay, so that's this one. Duplicate that. Spine bones real. And this material. So if I go to, where is I? Spine bones magic. Uses MI bones. Spine bones real is going to use real. So these items can be switched. And we know the magic one looks like that. And we're going to change this one to bring out the... Yeah, we get rid of the emissive colours. So, so now it's black. But now we want to make it pop with the base colour. So I need to bring up the blend colour. Nope. 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 None of those. Blend texture mode. No, I don't think that's going to work. Texture 1. Emission mask. Base colour. Roughness. What did I do on the front? What did I do with these? I did this thing. Metallic boots. I think that's metallic boost 2. Metallic boost 2. Okay, so that makes that pop out. You know what? I think the base colour, Bones BC. Non-ambient occlusion, metallic, roughness boost. 0, no. Blend colour. Okay, so it wants to it's using the mask, I think. Blend texture mode. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's a cool effect. It's like it's a ghost still using the. That's very cool. I like that. A lot of this sort of comes from experimentation. Okay. I'm going to try. I'm going to now just take a stab here. Let's see if we can. Okay, that's doing something. Clothing shader URP 2. Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. And bring those down. 0, 0, 0. There we go. That's what I'm after. That sort of look. Now that to me looks more like a necromancer now than it did before, because it really is suggestive of actual bones rather than something that looks like it's fashioned to look like bones. It looks like it is actually bones. So yeah, I quite like that. I think that's could work. And then that glow effect that we had there a minute ago was pretty awesome. What was that from? That was from this thing, I think. Blend texture mode. Not getting the glow. I can put the glow on in a different way though, because I can use this emission to do it. Get the right numbers here. Certainly looks more like bone. There's a bit of black happening here somewhere. Emission 0. Where's the black coming from? Okay, so these are that's what it is. Getting the balance right between these metallic boosts. want them to look a little bit bleached, like she found them somewhere. And put them on. It makes a lot more sense for a necromancer to actually be wearing bones of the dead than to just fashion some clothes that look like it. So I think that's about right. The skulls are a bit different because obviously they're not human skulls. They're kind of, I don't know what they are. Very shiny, whatever they are. They could be an animal skull, perhaps. So I'm not going to worry too much about the shoulder pieces for the moment. Oh, that's cool. That material looks really cool too. Whatever the shoulder is there. That's actually part of the shirt. So, and then we got the feather things. Okay. That's looking pretty good, actually. So, alright, we've got the cloth, which is this tail thing here. That material is looking pretty good. Shiny. Yep. We've got a chain there. I wonder if we can make that glow. It's got a mask. Coat. Let's give it a colour and boost it and see what happens. Oh, no, okay. Okay, it's lighting up the whole shirt. Which is a cool effect, but no, that's not what I'm after. Okay, because you've got all these sort of gem things going on all over the place. Which maybe, you know, having the 3 gems equipped gives you special powers or something. I'm sort of interested to see what this thing does. I'm pretty sure that's going to swing in motion because it's wired into the horn and the rope and whatever that is wired into the armature, and all of this stuff is stuff that uses the physics to animate movement. So, including the breasts, which, as I said previously, if you've got animated breasts, then that can be a problem on the some of the platforms. They actually, I can't remember if it's Sony that block that, or Nintendo or Xbox, one of those. They will actually block your application from being released, apparently, if you've got that on there. So it's good that you can turn that off. In fact, one of the scripts that is associated with the characters when they first come in is responsible for doing that physics calculations on the movement of that. So anyway, this is obviously rigged into the armature. I'm interested to see what that, because I haven't actually used this character as a playable character to see what they look like when they move, but it's going to be interesting to look at that. All right, so we've got some bone vambraces, and then we've got the glove things here are actually, what the hell are they? They are fingernail things. Fingernail gloves. That's what I'm going to call them. And then we got straps. And in fact, I'm going to put... Yeah, that's fine. See, I might separate them so they can be equipped separately. So you can get a left-handed one and a right-handed one separately. But you can see what I'm doing here is to put the bone vambraces as... here you go. So that's what it would look like if you equipped the right-handed one. You haven't got the left-handed one yet. So maybe you've got some powers from this one, but you haven't gained the skill up to be able to use this one yet, or whatever. So yeah, I think it's very neat to be able to break these up. It's a bit of a pain when both gloves are in the same mesh and are the same. You kind of got to take that into Blender and break them up so that they can be in here as separate objects. But I do like the way that Quang Fan has created these models with so much detail and so many sort of separate items. So I think that character is actually almost done. I quite like how that's looking. Let's look at these feathers. I think actually the feathers look really good to start with. Don't need to do anything with them. Maybe add a bit of colour. Maybe the red colour. So feathers, MI feathers, using that one. It's using the hair shader. And there is in fact a dyed colour there already. So if we did dyed colour, a bit more of a reddy colour. Okay, so that's the outside. So you could almost get like a flame. I don't know why I like flames, but I like flame coloured things here. The root colour is actually the middle colour. So that could be, and the tip colour is actually the middle colour. It should be black. I think it's not working quite as well as I'd hoped. Might have to fiddle with that later. Okay, so you kind of bit purpley, I suppose. Looks good. Looks good. And then I think need to do some work on the coat. Pants are done. Boots are done with a couple of options. The waist is done. Hands are done. Shoulder skulls. Yes, look at that. So shoulder skulls, look at this glowing thing happening, which I'm not overly convinced works for me. Whoa. Okay, that's funky. It's a cool effect. Very cool. The eyeballs are glowing. I don't know how that's working, but it's doing something very cool. The emissions are too bright for my liking. And yeah, it's still got some glow happening somewhere. Okay. Am I bones? Bones real. Okay, there we go. So that to me looks a bit more basic. I don't need it to be incredibly lit at the moment with a whole lot of emission shaders at this point. I just want to get a basic character looking. That's looks like she's found some horned animal skeleton and attached it. It looks much more like a necromancer to me now. It's more visually recognisable. And the bones around here, I want to get them to a similar colour to the other ones, a bit yellowy. So how do I do that? One would have a... So it's got accessories. I don't like the name of that. It's the name that needs to be fixed. Accessories. So the bone there, in theory, would be one of these. Oh, okay. So that's that. Let's go green, just to figure out which. Okay, so that looks like the gems themselves are glowing a bit. Yellow. That's not right. Blend colour 4. Okay, I may have a problem doing that one. Don't think I can change that bone colour without... no, I probably can. But I may need a mask for that. That looks cool. Give it a bit of dirt. Okay, so that's good. Take those colours out. I don't want to confuse myself. Alright. What next? Well, spine magic ones. So that was the original black, which kind of looks okay, but I like the fact that it's bone coloured. And the magic ones, I think we can probably turn back on the emissions now. I think I had it at 20. 20, emission boots 20. And magic on. And it's kind of got that glowing animation going through it. And we can change the panning of that. Yeah. That looks pretty cool. They look like they're glowing, like on this side, which is pretty cool. But I still like the bone ones. I think that's good. Alright, so let's take off the armor head swap. Yep, let's go with that. And what have we got left to do on this one? I think it's the coat. So that is a waist add-on. That would be like a dress tails. Put that to waist add-ons. Okay. Should work with and without it. Yep. Okay, that works with and without that. Belts. Okay, that works with and without that. Florals and the metal parts on the side. They actually, oh yeah, no, they're very shiny. Sort of like a copper looking thing. A little bit too dark for my liking though. I think if we take that, my pant, I think that wants to be its own material. Let's duplicate that. And what are they? They are going to be called waist. Had this problem before, I forgot what they were called. It's a special name from Female Crusader leg. Waist folds. Folds is what they're called. They're not quite folds, but I think that's what I'm going to call them. Plate folds. They sort of do look pretty similar because they've got the similar emblem as the armor on the female knight character over here. This sort of fleur-de-lis character symbol, I guess, on it. So I want to sort of keep it somewhat similar in terms of naming conventions for the armor pieces, because if you look at the same plate folds on different characters, maybe it looks different on different characters. Alright, so that's a very neat looking metal, but I think it's too dark. So, MI pant, that is now going to become MI folds. And we're going to take that, pin it, MI folds, put that on there, and then change it up. Okay, so that looks crap, but what I want to do here is sort of mess with the metallic amounts and get this. Okay, that's where we have a bit more control over the degree of shininess and the degree of how dark it is, because it looks very dark. We can bring in some blend colours. Oh, that's cool. Oh wow, that's cool. I do like that. That's a very cool effect. I mean, to get something looking like it's magical, might just take like a couple of tweaks on a shader, and you've got something that does something really funky, and it's really unexpected. I really like that. Very cool. Obviously, the lighting, the environment lighting is causing that, because you're not getting it on this side, even though it's the same material. But I do like that. It's really quite a surprising effect. I can keep that as it is. So that's that one thing there. Yeah, change the colour here to a yellow. What does that do? It doesn't do anything to that. Let's go to green, just getting some very different colours so that I can. That's very cool. I'd like to get this emblem. It's still pretty shiny. Yeah, I like that. That's very cool. I'll leave that as it is, I think. It's one of those surprising things. Just fiddling around with the shader and you wind up with something. Okay. I'll leave that as it is. It's got its own material now, which means it's independent from the other parts of the clothing. So that's cool. So plate folds, that's a waist add-on. You've got the belts, which go over the top of it, and the florals. So then potentially the florals here, that could also potentially use the folds. There we go. That's cool. That's cool. I don't know that the camera's ever going to see it from that angle, but it's a very cool effect, and people might notice it at some point. So it's neat, very neat. And this thing here, that looks very matte. Not happy with that. Looks very matte. What's going on there? And my coat. Yeah, something's not quite right with that neck piece. I need to be careful of messing with the coat because it could affect the actual jacket here. So I'm going to probably create a new material for that, I think. That's a choker. So that's a choker. And the choker's going to go neck add-ons. I suspect it goes with these ropes. Choker. What are they? Straps. Chains. And I'll put that in a parent called choker. Okay, so that's an equipable part now. It can have its own material. Okay, so now it's got its own material. I can mess with the materials textures without messing up whatever the coat was, which I think is probably this jacket thing. So let's zoom in here, and I think, yeah, okay, that is going to, thanks for the follow. So let's see if we can make this pop back. Okay, we can get some metallicness coming out on this. None of those have worked. So we can make that. So she's got bone all over the place. So I'm thinking that the gems should glow, but the surrounding parts around the gem would actually be bone, because she's a necromancer, which makes a lot of sense. So that colour is looking better. Probably want to boost it a bit. Yeah. Now, can I make it glow? Make the whole thing glow. Just a little bit. Oop, just a little bit, like 0.01, because that maybe is where some of the power is coming from. Okay, so it's making the whole. Okay, so it's no good. Ah, because it's still on the coat. That's why. Damn it. Okay, so the choker should have choker's material. That's better. Right, now we bring up the bone colour. Bring up the brightness a bit. Okay, that's better. And emission colour 2. I think that might be this bone colour. Okay. So because it's got no mask, I need that mask to go onto the emission. And then I should be able to make these colours pop out. There we go. There we go. That's what I want. Add a bit of animation to that through a shader and you've got a magic item. Maybe on a timer. So it's quite an interesting sort of effect. Wouldn't take a lot. It actually didn't necessarily need it to be animated. It could just be bright. Not that if it's your player character, you're mostly going to be seeing them from the back anyway. Apart from dialogue, maybe. 10. Let's try. Sort of got this purpley thing going on, so let's try purple. Okay, that kind of works. Set that back to 0 for the moment. Still want it more bone coloured, it's too grey. I want that bone colour there. A little bit more yellowy coloured. Ah, that's better. I want it to match these other bone parts so you can tell that there's bone associated with all these equipment parts to really re-emphasise the necromancer. And that one's got its that one's got dirt on it, but can I create, so that's got an accessories bone. I wonder if I can change that. No, I think I tried that before. Okay, this one here, that's got the MI coat. So let's see if I can switch that one out to choker. Do the same thing. Okay, so let's look at okay. Alright, and then this thing here. See, I might need to create, because messing with the textures on that material, that accessories material, is probably going to affect multiple objects in different ways. So I may want to create different materials for each, and then because these masks, I think this mask here is actually applied to multiple objects, which suggests a bit of fiddling, I think. So look in Photoshop. Sometimes hard to make out what these 2D structures are actually reflecting. But essentially the red, the green, the blue and the black are effectively different channels, and whenever it's seeing a green, it's going to apply that green logic. It's going to separate out the mesh and say, okay, this part of this mesh is going to be affected by this emission color, this blend color, this metallic. So you can make, for example, what I want to do is probably get the gem. If I can figure out which part of the mesh is actually in the mask is actually the gem, is to create my very, very shiny gem and make it glow independent of the rest of the mesh, which could be quite matte. So yeah, this choke is still a bit off. I think it's the material looks a bit naff. It's hard to tell whether it's cloth or leather or whatever, so it probably needs a bit of work. And it's a two-sided shader, and I don't think it needs to be. I think that could be a single-sided. Make a whole lot of difference. Okay, that's the bone. Okay, so there's a bit of playing with. Okay, so it's metallic boost 4, so it's the 4th one. So we can make the roughness. No, we can change this one up. No, because we haven't got a boost on that, have we? Don't need that. We'll come back to that later. It's okay. It looks fine from a distance. Alright, I think she's almost pretty done. So the boots, now we've got 2 variants. We've got boots with straps that are black, and then we've got boots that are red, funky looking. And then we've got dress tails, we've got the florals there. Pants. And pants are red. And then we've got this folds at the side here, which look really cool. I love the effect that now has. Walk through an environment with different lighting, and it's going to have all these sort of shiny effects on it, which I think just looks great. I just love the effect of it. So yeah, I think that's starting to look quite good, actually. Probably a player character rather than an NPC, I'd suggest. And maybe the horns come as part of some sort of achievement later on. Maybe you start out with not being a necromancer, which might hands. That's not so much of a necromancer now. Ooh. You could start with a character that isn't a necromancer and they become one over time. Okay. Magic. No, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's turned into quite a good character. Shoulder skulls. Bow magic feet. And the horns are in the armature. Okay. And head swap. Okay, cool. Let's just check one more thing. I think those are, being a necromancer, I think the eyes would be a bit different. Perhaps even a glow. Which could we play with the... Actually, we've got a blind one in here somewhere. I think it's this one. Grey eyes. That one. So that might actually explain why she needs the head swap like that. RPG like RuneScape. I don't think I've played RuneScape from memory. It's based on sort of Skyrim type gameplay, I guess, in terms of third-person camera perspective, and the environment is medieval England. I don't know about RuneScape. I'd have to have a look at that. So sorry I can't answer that completely. But if you know Skyrim, then you sort of get the idea of what I'm kind of going for. There aren't dragons, and there aren't elves, and those sort of characters. Most of the characters in the game are humans and demons, like this. So yeah, it's kind of a work in progress at the moment to sort of figure out to what extent there'll be the lore around the storyline. Still working on a lot of that stuff, but certainly there's demons, there's different races of humans, I guess, and Celts, Vikings. You sort of, I suppose, in Skyrim terms, you'd be talking about Nords, those sorts of things. But it's essentially based on historical post-Roman English, Celts, Picts, Vikings, Saxons, all those sort of things. There is some time travel involved, which means that your character is going to experience different levels of medieval England through different periods of time. So yeah, it's a work in progress. We're still quite a way off from release, but you can see kind of, at least in terms of character development, where we might be going with this stuff, that you've got Crusaders. So you've got Crusaders who potentially have come out of 1200 AD, 1400 AD or something like that. But then you've also got maybe barbarians and Picts and those sort of things from just after the Roman occupation of England, which would have been, I think they finished up about 300 AD. So King Arthur's stuff is sort of around 500 AD, and a lot of the lore that we're working into the game is based around discovering King Arthur's history, particularly in southwest England, around Tintagel and the southwest of England. So yeah, things like this character here, great character, but the ears have to go because I'm not having elves in it. So I'm going to have to take this dude into Blender and chop his ears off. And the same for the female version over, where is she? This one. Got to take her ears off as well. She's not supposed to be elven. But you kind of get the idea of the characters. Is quite a broad spectrum of character styles in here, but they have the same art style, which I really like. And it's a sense of realism. The equipment looks physically real. The physics-based rendering and physics qualities of these materials just look fantastic. Lots of horse riding, exploration, weapons, inventory management, and skill trees, all those sorts of things. So yeah, should be quite an exciting time. I think I'm done with this character here for the moment, actually. I'm going to save this project and check it back into source control, because I've not done that since, I don't know, about 9 o'clock, I suppose. So it's now past midnight, so it's probably time for bed. All right, so it's checking the code. I've gone on quite a bit longer than I thought I was going to, and I've got work tomorrow. So, all right, so let's take that, refresh that. revert the unchanged, and submit. And this is Ghost Lady S3 Necromancer. Alright, commit that source control, which gets backed up tonight. That's all good. I think I'm done for the night, guys. Thanks for watching. If you're still there, and yeah, please give me a follow if you want to keep up to date with what's happening with Zarktor's realm. What you're seeing here is my project that's really working on the characters themselves. I've got another couple of projects that are working on the environments, the castles, the dungeons, the caves, the open world side with the horse riding, and these will be merged once I get these characters to a particular point. And I'd like to sort of share some of that on this stream with you all, and so you can see where I'm up to with the development of it. And I really want to start being able to demonstrate the dialogue part of it and the voiceover, because it's really quite impressive what you can do with these characters once you start doing the voice animations with the mouth and the head and eyes, all those sort of things. So it should get quite exciting in the next few weeks. I will be here probably working most evenings, and I may be streaming on and off in addition to the Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. So just keep a tab and add me to your watch list. And yeah, I'll catch you guys next time. See you, folks.